For February 18, 2020. Any announcements from the Select Board?
The Land Bank Study Committee will have a public hearing tomorrow, Wednesday, at 6 p.m. in room, I think it's 408. So anyone interested in, coming out and giving their testimony, we will be taking some, and then the committee will be deliberating. So hopefully I'll have an update on that soon for the board.
Good. Yes.
I mentioned last week that there is an event tomorrow it's at the Senior Center. That's what I forgot to tell you last week, at 1 o'clock on the history of voting rights, in particular focusing on women of color. And it should be a very interesting presentation by a professor from, I believe it's Wellesley. I didn't bring the sheet with me. And so you can still sign up. You need to call the Senior Center, 617-730-2770.
Okay, and anything else?
Nomination papers are available for a number of municipal offices up until March 17th. Those interested in serving in town government in an elected capacity, I would encourage you to reach out to the League of Women Voters, who has some information about it, or the town clerk's office, just to learn more about what offices are up for election. And again, that's a May 5th election, separate and distinct from the March 3rd election, which is a presidential primary. So 2 elections coming up in the next couple of weeks.
Okay. Any others?
Sure. Just a few quick things. One, very absolutely last call for applications to be on the Census Complete Count Committee. If you can get those in by tomorrow, and we are having this meeting on Tuesday, February 18th. If you can get that in by end of the day on Wednesday, that'd be great, so we can actually get our committee up and running and started enrolling, co-chaired by Select Board Member Nancy Heller and I. Second, this Saturday, the 22nd, there is the second part of a panel. The first part, actually, the chair was moderating on race and public health. This one is on race and health and historical perspective. It's going to be this Saturday at Coolidge Corner Library. And by the way, if you haven't been in the library in a while, there's been that great renovation in there, which you'll be able to check out if you go. And the event looks here from 1 to 4 p.m. In the Coolidge Corner Library against race and health and historical perspective this Saturday, the 22nd. Finally, I just want to note that I spent some time this weekend. There was an event in Chinatown co-hosted by Michelle Wu, various other city councilors and representatives in the area to support Chinatown businesses, which have seen a steep decline in attendance. And a lot of this, the business owners tell us, are around fears related to the coronavirus, which, just want to say, that our communities, particularly Asian communities and Chinese communities, remain very safe. And I was out there with about 400 other people dining on some really good dim sum. On Saturday, I'm going this weekend to Quincy. City Council President Nina Liang is hosting a similar event there. And I've been in touch with folks here in Brookline about doing something. And what I can say is please get out there and support local businesses. Obviously, anywhere you go, especially this time of year with the flu coming around, washing your hands, doing all those things are good ideas, but there's absolutely no reason why we shouldn't be supporting many of the great businesses we have in Brookline and other great businesses in other towns as well. So I'll be out there, and I hope you will be too.
Well, let me mention one more thing in connection with that, which is in connection with the issue of the coronavirus. Last Friday, the students who were supposed to go to China, and their teacher, Fu Sen Chang, hosted a buffet luncheon, charging $5. They got the food donated from several different restaurants here in Brookline, and the proceeds are going to purchase supplies and sent to China to combat the coronavirus. So our high school kids are definitely involved in the effort.
Great. Okay. Next, any public comment? I think, don't we have one public comment? Okay, no one signed up. Okay, let's move on. Miscellaneous, approval of miscellaneous items, license vouchers and contracts. Select Board minutes for Tuesdays, December 3, February 4, I'm sorry, December 3, 2019, February 4, 2020, and February 11, 2020. Any edits or corrections? No? I move approval. Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Question of accepting a grant from the City of Boston in the amount of $60,000 to support the Emergency Preparedness Buddies Program. This will support program goals to assist the elderly and adults with access and functional needs, prepare for and respond to emergency situations. Dr. Jett.
Good evening, everyone. Is the mic hot?
Yes.
You have to speak into it like this.
I don't want to get that close. I want to catch it.
Afraid we'll give you the coronavirus?
Might get
No,
coronavirus.
just a regular cold.
Again, we received this grant, and it supports one of our employees that works heavily in the community to make sure that elderlies are prepared for preparedness. Hopefully nothing occurs, but you can never be too sure. So I look for approval of it.
Okay, any questions? Hearing none, I move approval. Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
The chair votes aye.
Did you
Thank
say
you.
it's 3D or 3C is out?
3D.
Oh, okay.
Question of accepting a grant from the National Association of County and City Health Officials in the amount of $7,500. The office seeks the awarded grant funds to be appropriated for the Medical Reserve Corps. Mr. Jett again.
Yes, and this grant actually goes to to rebuild, I would say rebuild, but to enhance our Reserve Corps, which actually helps out with the Boston Marathon. We give flu shots, etc. This is a very small amount, but this amount actually goes a long way. We actually are in the process of registering all our people that are in the Reserve Corps because they went to a new system, and they have to do core rechecks, etc., in order to work for the MRC. So it's a pretty good program.
Wait, any questions?
So is this money to pay for the core checks, or is it for equipment or training?
So we use it for training, and that's pretty much what it goes to. We don't do much equipment purchase, but $7,000.
The audit.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, I move approval. Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
I don't have, yeah, I have everything except the last management letter. I have that, yeah.
Okay. We're distributing our paperwork. So, question of accepting a grant from the state's 911 grant program in the amount of $25,280.90 that covers the cost associated with the training and certification of enhanced 911 telecommunicators. Is anyone here to talk about that? No? Is there any reason why we need to wait for someone?
No, I don't think so. I think it's a pretty straightforward grant. We had it in the past, and as it's described, it's to help us train and certify our enhanced 911 operators. So, very important project for us.
Okay. Anyone have a problem with voting on that? No. Okay. I move approval. Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye.
And similarly, under 3F, we have received a grant from the Lauren Dunn Astley Memorial Fund in the amount of $2,000 to assist the costs of a Brookline police officer to attend the 2020 National Conference on Health and Domestic Violence. So we recommend your approval and express our appreciation to the Lauren Dunn Astley Memorial Fund.
Good. Any questions? The materials go into some detail as to the value of this training. So I urge people to read that when they have a chance. So, all in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Mrs. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Question of approving change order number 2 with Cal S Restoration and Waterproofing Corp. in connection with the Brookline Reservoir Gatehouse Exterior Restoration Project in the amount of $9,651. Mr. Masak?
Yes,
And
Mr.
also
Chairman.
tell us when we can get back into that reservoir.
I think the grand opening, from what I've been told, is, I think, May.
Good.
And the building's coming along, and we have one more contract to bring for you for the interior renovation. It's a small bathroom project.
A small what?
Bathroom project,
Good.
single stall bathroom. This change order was a part of the amended grant application that we sent to the Mass Historical Commission back in June. And this cleans up the paperwork. 50% of this change order will be reimbursed by the MAC.
Great. Any questions?
So how much are we appropriating, $9,651 or half of that?
You have to appropriate the full amount, and then you get the appropriation.
Got it, okay.
It's for the 3 windows that face Route 9.
Got it.
Okay, any further questions? Move approval, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, authorization to hire Health and Human Services. Question of authorization to fill the position of Community Health Education Specialist for the Health and Human Services Department in the Community Health Division. Dr. Jett, again.
Good evening again. This position is directly in relation to marijuana passage and the opening of marijuana facility, NETA. And so this position will be dedicated within the health department to not only try to collect data and work with the school system, but also educational programming and to look at health behaviors and how to reduce health behaviors, not only in school, but the adult population. So we have one position dedicated to this.
Any questions?
I have a question. Is this, are these funds from the cannabis mitigation funds or the host agreement funds?
These are from the community mitigation.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? I move approval. Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next. Oh, this is something I have to do. So what I'd like to do is to make a presentation from the podium there, and afterwards have Mr. Peacock, our auditor, sort of give a summary of the audit report. So, Bernard Green, I was chair of the audit committee and chair of the select board, speaking on the town's audit committee deliberations for the June 30 fiscal year end financial audit. So we have historically had the chair of the audit committee give a report on the audit and then have the auditor come up and fill in all the details. We're going to continue that tradition, but maybe a little shorter than in the past. I'm presenting the report of the audit committee on the audit prepared for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2019. The audit was prepared by the town's auditing firm, Powers & Sullivan, represented by Craig Peacock here. Powers & Sullivan is based in Wakefield, Massachusetts, and performs audits for many municipalities. They participate in the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants peer review program that rates firms' quality control in its performance of auditing and accounting. The town is required to request this report from the auditor by the, who is it, financial?
Yeah.
Gabby, all right, okay. All right. Oh, it's a single audit act that requires us to request this. So, the most recent peer review report gave Powers & Sullivan a grade of pass, but the scale was pass, pass with deficiencies, and fail. So they got the top score, or top grade. They're under a contract that commenced in August 2015 and covered fiscal years ending on June 30 of 2016 through 2018. The town held an option to renew for fiscal years ending June 30, 2019 and 2020, and we exercised that option for June 30, 2019. And that is the audit that we are discussing tonight. So the bottom line of this audit is that Powers & Sullivan gave the town an unmodified opinion, which is the highest level of confidence in our financial statements. The exact wording of the opinion is found at page 15 of the report on examination of basic financial statements. And Craig Peacock will discuss the reasons for that opinion and its limitations when he speaks. I think it's important, in light of recent discussions we've had here in Brookline, to discuss the scope of services of the 2015 contract. So we understand clearly what an auditor does and maybe some of the things that, unless we ask them, they don't do. The auditor will audit the financial statements which are prepared by the town to determine whether they are presented fairly and in accordance with GAAP, which means they are presented in such a manner that you, the select board, and others reviewing the financial statements can do so using a common, clearly understandable language that allows comparisons from one year to the next. They also applied limited procedures to a body of information called the Required Supplemental Information, or RSI. Again, that is prepared by the town and is also required by the governmental accounting standards. RSI includes management's discussion and analysis, probably the first thing you should read, general fund budgetary comparison schedules, pension and other post-employment benefits, or OPEB schedules. The limited procedures consist of inquiries of management regarding the methods of preparing the information and comparing the information for consistency with responses to those inquiries, the basic financial statements, and other information obtained by the auditors doing the audit. They also audit the schedule of expenditures of federal awards. That's called a SEFE, S-E-F-E, and they usually just use that acronym instead of saying it out, and compare and reconcile such information directly to the financial statements and the underlying accounting and other records used to prepare them. The audited financial statements are part of a broader federally mandated single audit mandated on us because we receive a certain amount of federal funding. I think the threshold is $750,000. That includes the report on examination of basic financial statements and the report on federal award programs that is required because of the amount of federal funds we receive. In compliance with the single audit regulations, the scope of services includes performing an audit of the town's internal controls and financial information as they relate to compliance with government regulations, including auditing any expenditures paid with government funds. Finally, the scope of services includes a management letter that identifies some areas where the town could strengthen internal controls and operating efficiency. And that's an important part of the audit, so you should pay special attention to it. This year, the audit committee is being given in the shadow of the Brookline Financial Advisory Committee's report that we will be examining in detail in subsequent meetings of the Select Board. The Audit Committee is directed by Bylaw 3.5 to serve as an advisor to the Select Board with respect to the town's financial condition, financial management systems, and controls, and annual audit. The Audit Committee is also responsible for reporting to town meeting if appropriate. The BFAC report that we will talk about in great detail over the next few meetings raised some questions that the bylaw empowers the Audit Committee to consider. Specifically, recommendation number 5, presented in 2 places in different wording in the BFAC report, indicates 3 recommendations that the Audit Committee could consider, depending on what the Select Board wants it to consider. First, the report urges the town to change its audit and accounting firm every 10 years and rotate the partner assigned to the town every 5 years. We have engaged Powers & Sullivan for many years, and there does not appear to be a problem with their work. Further, there may not be many qualified and willing auditing firms that would respond to a request for responses, or RFR, from Brookline. We may, however, want to put out an RFR for audit services beginning with the fiscal year ending 2021 to test the waters, meaning to look for, to identify the universe of firms that are willing and qualified to do the work, look at the current market cost, and further refine what we expect from our auditors in the scope of services. This is a useful exercise every few years, irrespective of whether we want to or need to change the auditors. The Select Board can direct the Audit Committee to begin that process if it so desires. Second, the report urges the town to ask the audit firm to conduct a, quote, sufficiently inquisitive review of the town and schools' internal controls, in addition to the annual audit. We should really grill the BFAC people about what they mean, because as is written, such a review of internal controls is already part of the single audit that we currently perform. So maybe they mean something else, or maybe they're just confused about the terminology. Third, the report urges the town to direct the audit firm to apply appropriate procedures in testing compliance with key policy and credit agency ratios. Again, this is a little vague, and we should really probe with the BFAC committee as to exactly what they're getting at here. But I think this is generally a reference to our reserves policy, particularly as it relates to our unreserved fund balance stabilization fund and other reserves. This proposal may expand the auditor's scope of services beyond what is typical for an auditor during a financial audit. The Audit Committee could examine whether the audit should be expanded to include such services, or whether it is more appropriate and more useful to use other financial consultants or our financial advisor to make such, or to look at such procedures. The Select Board should consider these 3 recommendations during our consideration of the BFAC report over the next 3 meetings, and express your views to Mel Kleckner and me regarding how you think we should proceed with respect to those 3 issues. In addition to the above, terminology and calculations used by the town in preparing its financial statements, which the auditors review, and those used by BFAC are not consistent in many instances. As a result, the BFAC report and the town arrive at different numbers when making critical calculations, such as the ratio of unassigned fund balance to revenue, which is an important ratio for rating agencies. So Craig Peacock will discuss this inconsistency during his report. But the Select Board may want to ask about these inconsistencies when we review the BFAC report. To wrap up, the Audit Committee held its meeting on Wednesday, December 4, 2019. Members of the Audit Committee are me, Bernard Green, appointed by the Select Board, Susan Wolf-Dickoff, appointed by the school committee, Lee Selwyn, appointed by the advisory committee, and James Littleton, Greg Robeston, and Peter Finnerty, all financial experts, appointed by the moderator. Non-voting staff members of the committee were Melissa Goff, Gina Franconi, Michael DePietro, and Mary Ellen Dunn. The audit committee met together with the staff members to receive the draft report of the auditors and ask questions to fully understand it and make necessary corrections. We then asked staff to leave and asked the auditors if there's any information that they wanted to give us that they didn't want to present in front of the staff, and there were none. Craig Peacock will give a full report on Powers and Sullivan's audit and the meaning and limitations of their unmodified opinion. The auditor determined that their review of the internal controls of the town did not identify any deficiencies that they considered material. But there were a number of items that they identified that we should address or think about. Those items we discussed by Mr. Peacock in his presentation. One of the issues addressed by the auditors was the issue of cybersecurity, which is now an auditing issue because it affects the ability of a auditee, or the town in this case, to actually present financial numbers that are reliable and secure. The auditor, the report talks about, the things that the town should do to address cybersecurity generally, but I just want to mention that the select board directed the surveillance committee a few weeks ago to look at issues around the police app, police safety app, and that review, which is ongoing, will address a number of issues in the cybersecurity area. Particularly with a tool that one of our members created that is basically a checklist of things to be considered before anyone buys or acquires freely software or apps. So, hopefully that will be a useful way to address some of the cybersecurity issues. So, in conclusion, the audit committee voted unanimously to accept the audit on December 4, 2019, with a few minor edits, mainly wordsmithing, and we recommend that the select board vote to accept the final audit following Craig Peacock's more detailed discussion of the audit and any questions that you may have. So, thank you.
Great, thank you. You're up.
Bear with us, Craig. We want to. All right, you're going to go to a different presentation there.
I know, I was going to shut
Yeah,
down.
just close it up, please.
Oh, now do it? Oh, okay, perfect, thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry.
Good evening. Select Board Chair Bernard, thank you for your presentation. You hit on a lot of good topics. Members of the board, again, we're here to discuss the fiscal 2019 audit. In light of a lot of different discussions in town, I wanted to take a little bit of a different approach and just kind of give a little bit of an overview. I know we have a tight schedule tonight, so I'll move along, but I wanted to give a little bit of an approach from the audit firm standpoint, and then I can kind of go quickly through the reports, if you like.
Craig, just so you know, I told him we had a tight schedule, but we're actually doing fine.
We're doing fine? Okay,
Don't feel too rushed.
I actually talked fast today. So, it's not my usual way of operating.
Oh, that's all right. So typically, an audit firm, when hired to conduct a municipal audit of, city, town, school district, what have you, our primary focus is to one, audit the balance sheet of, in this case, the town of Brookline. Assure that reconciliations are occurring, that the numbers have integrity, and they're supported by third-party, bank statements, receivable reports, what have you, actuarial reports, that type of thing. We also, the primary responsibility is to be able to give an opinion on the town's financials that they are not materially misstated and they are in conformance with generally accepted accounting policies, of which they are, and we did. The town of Brookline also has what I would consider a pretty robust audit committee. Many communities, especially AAA communities these days, are all utilizing an audit committee. The town of Brookline's audit committee has, I know Bernard went through the various members, but for the 6 voting members, there are 2 partners of large accounting firms. There's another gentleman in finance, as well as other persons on various committees, whether it's a school and or the town. General meetings with the audit committee go 2 to 3 hours generally, because they are what I would consider diving really into the weeds, if you will, which we won't get into here. We'd be here for 3 hours, but we spend a lot of time discussing their questions, the whys and hows, and that type of thing. Again, based on that discussion, there sometimes might be there's not generally what I would call material figure changes to the financials. It's more wordsmithing or presentation, or maybe we can add a little something to help explain. Now, the town of Brookline currently prepares what we call basic financial statements. However, the town for years now has also included a transmittal letter in the front of their financial statements. Generally speaking, communities in Massachusetts include a transmittal letter if they're preparing what we call a CAFR, Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, which has other types of information in it that I'll touch on in a moment. But the transmittal letter for the town allows town management to be very open of what's coming down the pipe for the town, what we anticipate, what we see. I know that the town has a lot of internal financial policies that they try to adhere to that may be, let's say, not part of a typical financial statement audit as far as reporting within in the footnotes or in the Excel, the actual financials themselves. However, we would be more than willing to work with the town to understand the type of information that you want to get in. The transmittal letter is a very good area for you to talk about forward thinking and policies. And then if you're looking to do, for instance, I mentioned a CAFR has some other, they have what we call statistical tables in the back. The town, if you wanted to, you could come up with some tables that are generally a 10-year trend, if you wanted to go back that far, of whatever you wanted, fund balance, percentages of revenues, percentages of budgets, different metrics that the town feels are important to both management decisions and that your readers would find important. And that information can be put into either the transmittal or some statistical section out back. In the MD&A section, what that is it relates to the current year under audit. The MD&A is essentially restricted to what I would say currently known facts. So you could certainly discuss current year metrics and how the financials relate and such. If you wanted to forward think, that would be the transmittal letter. And if you wanted to put a history of such, we could put some schedules out back for what we would call it in the statistical section. What I would also say is that many communities that we work with, we are generally in the governmental arena. We may audit some small corporate clients, but that's mostly on the tax side. A real audit with a set of financials, we specialize in the governmental arena. We're one of very few firms that do so. When you look at public companies, Fortune 500 companies and such, many that we have connections with that we may bounce ideas from, understand differences between FASB and GASBs that governmental entities need to adhere to and follow. We often find that in the public sector, There are firms that may never change. There is no requirement to change auditors. What they may do every so often is rotate a partner or something of that nature. And through what I'd like to bring to the town, the board's attention, through our cycle of working with the town, we have rotated partners at least 3 times. We've rotated our audit team that comes out to the field to actually conduct the work. And the town's gone out multiple times, last time being 2 cycles ago for an open bid process in which we were selected again as the town's auditors. So I like to think that the town's been doing their due diligence, looking, and I don't want to pat us on the back, but we work really hard to be at the top of our game in the governmental arena. You know, when we look and compare to other AAA communities, just as some quick examples, the Wellesley, Belmont, Westwood, Weston, those are all clients of ours that we've had between 15 and 20 plus years. I've been working on some clients since 1989, and we're still going strong to this day. So I think what it is just all working together to be on the same page. Some of the items that Chairman Green referred to that the BFAC report was interested in, although they are not typically part of a financial audit for a governmental entity, we see them done at times by your financial advisor. There are consultants, as well as it can be added as part of the scope of the audit. And or it can be done with your auditors as what I would refer to as a separate engagement. And, you know, maybe I have a little report later on that's, you know, just kind of says whether you're adhering to your policies and you know, what changes could be made to help your percentages and that type of a thing. As far as, I'll just touch quickly on some of the differences. You know, we meet with S&P and Moody's quite regularly over the years to understand what they're looking at, to deem a community AAA, what they feel are new and important issues. You know, different changes have come up over the last 4 or 5 years in relation to OPEB and how much weight they look at the funding. Currently, the town of the town of Brookline has about $54 million in their OPEB fund at the end of June 19. From our client base, that's second in the state of Massachusetts. You're still on target, the town is still on target to fully fund the unfunded pension liability at 2030. So you have not tried to kick that can down the road to maybe free up some budget dollars there. You're sticking to your guns, in which you've worked with the actuaries that prepare the reports for both the eligible employment benefits and the pension to suggest that when 230 comes, the town's goal is to take that pension appropriation and move it into OPEB to try to really mitigate that liability, in which the rating agencies, you know, they're able to utilize what we would call different blended rates and some different, more favorable assumptions for in some of your audit reports, actuarial determined reports. So in summary, what I just wanted to try to say is, based on what the scope of our audit is and what we're actually hired to do, I feel that we've always met and or exceeded the town's expectations. Whenever any instances have come up over the years, I won't, you know, that required maybe additional work outside the scope of the audit, we've been there right away for the town. I feel it's been a pretty mutual beneficial relationship over the years. Love the opportunity to continue, and more than willing to discuss, come to meetings or whatever it might be as the board and the audit committee is, you know, making their decisions along the way. And with that, I could move into the reports for this year. I will give, I'll start with the financial statements. And I'm willing to take questions as I go or at the end of each report. Whatever works for members of the board is fine by me. Field work, again, generally always starts right after Labor Day, which it did this year. This particular year, I had an out-of-town job, so we did 2 weeks rather than 3 straight weeks. We did 2 weeks on, skipped a couple, and did a following week after that. In actuality, I think it worked well, because what it allowed us to do was to jump in, see what's ready, see what's there, get our feet wet with all the work, and then be able to leave your finance team a good punch list of items that we need to finish and complete the audit and the financial statements. And they were very proactive, and by the time that final week came, we had everything we needed, which the final week ended on October 4th, and first set of drafts were issued by October 18th, in which the finance committee, the finance team reviewed, asked some questions, and then we met with the audit committee on December 4th if my estimation is correct, they had the reports, 10 days to a couple of weeks to be able to review, come up and formulate their questions, of which they generally have. Again, the meetings are 2 to 3 hours long because they're really asking a lot of good questions, quite frankly, about the numbers and the trends and that type of thing. Overall, I must say, this sounds a little bit, I think I say this every year, but overall, the audit itself went very smooth. We came in, your finance offices, the main offices we deal with are obviously your treasury and collections and your comptroller's office. Both offices had a great package put together for us. Your finance director had some, not difficulty, had some, what's the word I'm looking for, some changes in personnel this year in one of her main positions that reconciles cash. Cash is king as far as the audit goes. It's one of the largest assets, the cash and liability balances that the town holds. Because of some of the changes, we expected there to be a significant delay in getting reconciled balances and be able to obtain that information. I would suggest that your finance director worked with her new cash manager, and by the time we were ready to come back for that final week of our audit, we had everything we needed, all reconciled with no issues. So obviously we haven't done anything for 2020 at this point, but I would expect that trend has continued on month to month. Again, we see the collections, the first year collections, very strong at 98% of your real and personal property commitments. As we've discussed over the years, GASB 68, the pension liability, is one of the largest liabilities that hits the books. This year, $239 million. Second largest liability that hits the books is that was brought on last year, fiscal 18, was OPEB. GASB 75 required that. That's $237 million this year. And now again, these are on the full accrual statements for the financials for the town. So these liabilities have always existed. They're just now required over the last number of years. 68 first moved into OPEB 75. They're now required to be quantified and actually reported within the financial statements, so that we were discussing rating agencies a little bit. Rating agencies are starting to give those liabilities a little bit more weight. Not necessarily the size, but management's proactiveness, lack thereof, planning of how to address the various liabilities. As I mentioned, we have a great schedule for pension, 2030. We're second in Massachusetts currently with our OPEB assets put aside. It's a large number. You'll see that the number does fluctuate every couple of years, mainly because that's when new valuations are required to be conducted. and the actuaries have to look at assumptions that were used in one report and determine did we meet, exceed, or not meet our expectations and assumptions used. And, you know, they have to make different adjustments to the report which impact the various liabilities that are getting reported. The town input $4.6 million this year, over and above what we call the pay-as-you-go, any of the OPEB benefits that actually had to be paid out. The town put another $4.6 million into that OPEB trust this year. That, again, realistically, when we look at across our client base, I mean, most of my clients, I hate to say, are very lightly trying to look and address the OPEB liability, and to have $50+ million put aside is, in my opinion, very, very good at this point in time, especially with no state mandate to fund that liability. I would have to say that the majority of our clients are lucky if they have $2 or $3 million put aside, and not to mention all of the AAAs. I think you're all in a similar category where management is proactive, taking action on various things, OPEB being one of those. So as a summary of the financials, again, the town received what we call an unmodified opinion, which is the highest opinion that you can receive on your financial statements. That means that there were no material misstatements or material non-compliance with GAAP or GASB pronouncements. I feel that all of our reporting deadlines were met, not only from the audit firm standpoint, but from the town standpoint. When we send out requests for information, information was readily available and provided to us, so that we were able to essentially hit the ground running and conduct the audit. Happy to say that the audit did not result in what I would refer to as permanent adjustments for your comptroller's office to the general ledger. What that means is that any, what I'm going to refer to as immaterial variances that might have come up were timing issues, you know, maybe collections might have recorded my tax payment, but it didn't make it over to the next month till to the general ledger side. So that's not a variance, that's just really a timing difference. And I would have to suggest that 99% of everything we saw was timing differences. There were some very immaterial, we're talking little hundreds of dollars, some variances, posting errors that they're always looking to fix, sometimes refunds, that type of thing, depending on the timing and the posting. Sometimes that causes some issues, not issues, but some small variances within the receivables. But quite frankly, we received proper supporting documentation to all accounts within the town's balance sheet. So that's excellent. That's excellent. And not to mention, we're out here in August. We're out here to start in late August. A town the size of Brookline, to me, that shows the dedication of your financial team, because we have clients that are 1/10 the size of Brookline. We can't get in until December, and we have clients that we're still starting to this day, trying to meet the March deadline for the single audit because they don't reconcile. They have significant deficiencies and/or material weaknesses. So it's, you know, pretty impressive that the town has stayed away from those types of either a qualification or a significant deficiency, material weakness within the management letter. You know, historically, when, again, we focus mainly on the general fund's budget. Historically, the town, in my opinion, has been relatively conservative in revenue budgeting and utilizes some free cash to balance the budget. When you look back at like a 6-year trend, our revenue collections are strong. We have not had to dip into our pockets for 1 penny of our free cash to balance the budget. The revenue collections this year, $3.2 million higher than estimated budgets. The appropriation churnbacks were $5.3 million. So what that tells me is that all departments, as well as your comptroller's office, when departments are submitting bills to be paid or at year end, encumbrance requests to essentially take funds from the current year and say we haven't spent them, but we've committed them and we're gonna need them next year over and above the current budget. We feel, because we'll do some testing in that arena to make sure, because a true encumbrance can't just be, oh, we had $1,000 left in our budget, we'll spend it next year. Sorry, that really needs to be essentially reverted back to general fund and hit the coming free cash calculation. And true encumbrance should be that we've either committed to a good or service and may have received, but are committed to and just have not paid the bill. So it was committed to in the current fiscal year, in this case it would be fiscal 19. The bill wouldn't have been paid until fiscal 20, and those are the types of things that can be committed to, we're on the hook for. We cannot just say, oh, we have some money left in our budget, any departmental budget, and we want to encumber it and bring it to next year. That's not how it works. So a result of seeing appropriation turnbacks to me is, one, departments are controlling their costs and paying attention to how they're spending their budgets, as well as management that's then reviewing at year end to determine, can these funds be encumbered and pushed to the next year, are doing their due diligence to assure that a proper commitment exists, so that which allows funds to then revert back. Current year, debt service percentage of budget this year is about 5.5%, 5.4%. That's gone up slightly over the last 4 years, and I think the town with the school projects and some others would probably expect that number to continue to rise a little bit. The town of Brookline, unlike many others, also appropriates a fair amount of current year revenues each year towards one-time capital purchases, smaller capital projects, and tries to mitigate always going out for long or short-term debt for some of these. So they're, as large projects are occurring, debt has to be incurred. Obviously, the percentage that needs to be budgeted for both principal and interest will go up. The town can look at maybe not funding as much with current year revenue, maybe coming up. I mean, it's if I remember correctly, you got to do a 6-year capital improvement plan, and it's very proactive in the sense that the town is always looking at anything from infrastructure to buildings to vehicles. Where are we? What needs to be maintained? I feel the town's been very proactive in the documents that I've reviewed over the years in addressing the areas that need funding and need to be addressed. I know through various audit committee meetings over the last few years, the town school system is in fact recognizing an increase in students and so on, and hence we have some renovations going on and such. From our standpoint, is everything perfect? If you compare and contrast just an audit report, which is looking to say, is the town in compliance with GAAP? Are there any material misstatements? Are we conducting and performing our recons on a timely basis? And can we support our fact and figures? 100% town received unmodified figure. If we look at the BFAC report, in which they are suggesting different percentages that the town might want to maintain and such, that's all good information. It just doesn't, it's not part of a typical audit per se. It can be added in. Again, as I mentioned, it can be done through a consultant. It could be done as a secondary type engagement, if you will, with the audit firm. But
Can I step in here?
Absolutely.
So, one of the issues that I sort of touched on, but didn't elaborate, is the issue of the unreserved fund balance ratio. And both you as well as BFAC agreed that our unreserved fund balance is 26.6 million. But when it comes to determining what the ratio of fund balance to revenues, you come up with different numbers. And that's because you're looking at different revenue figures. Could you sort of explain to the select board, what that difference is and why you use budgetary numbers and BFAC used other numbers?
Yes. I'm not sure if I can tell you why BFAC did, but I can tell you what they did. But as an audit firm, we will generally work from, in this case, the town of Brookline's budgetary statement, because that is really how the town lives and breathes. That statement reconciles to the town's general ledger. For those that aren't familiar, governmental financial statements actually have three bases of accounting within them. So if someone is only used to looking at public financial statements, and then they start looking at governmental financial statements, it's going to be a little bit confusing. It's clearly a little bit of a unique animal. There are a budgetary statement, again, which is how the town works and reconciles with the day-to-day operations of the town. Then we move up and there are what we call modified accrual statements that bring on different things such as mass teachers' retirement contribution that the state does. We work with the town's assessing office to look at appellate tax board cases that have been filed and potential exposure there to the town for refunds. Also, for modified accrual, the town is allowed to recognize 60-day receipts, meaning you have your fiscal 19 commitments and or prior years that might still be outstanding as of June 30th. For 60 days, you're able to accrue those back within your governmental modified accrual financial statements. As an audit firm, understanding that our clients work, and essentially what I would say their Bible is the budgetary statement, because that is what is discussed usually within communities. That's what reconciles to your books and records. So as an audit firm, we try to use and look at ratios that reflect the facts and figures in the budgetary statement so that it gives us an indication of, now, we've historically looked at percentages of budget, percentages of expenditures. We've done that for 25 years now. Some of that's come from working with some of the rating agencies. And I know over the years, some of them have, they've moved a little bit to looking at some revenues. Something, in our opinion, again, these are the town's financials. They're not our financials. The town can put revenues and expenditures, appropriate anything they want within the financials. But as an audit firm, when we look at it, we look at your fund balances as compared to your overall budget, which kind of gives a sense of, if we never received another dollar of revenue, how long can the town really operate, with current reserves and that type of thing.
So why do private companies or publicly traded companies use the modified accrual basis?
If that's how it was taken, let me step back for a moment. Public companies are more full accrual statements. They utilize and they look at, such as the full accrual statements here for the town that bring on other post-employment, net pension liability, accrued interest, all the various accruals that hit. The FASBs, as they follow, generally require full accrual statements, as well as there are disclosures. Public companies do put a lot of different disclosures on internal policies and that type of thing. It's not typical. I spent a little time going through our client base, and really the only ones that currently will put information into their financials in regards to internal financial policies would be those that either do a full-blown CAFR, put a transmittal such as the town of Brookline and input some info there, or have decided to add some statistical tables to the back of the report. So
I guess the question is, why in BFAC did they use the modified accrual basis to calculate revenues? I mean, is there a reason that, you can explain that would help us as we look at the
with all
BFAC
due
report?
respect, I can't comment on the BFAC's opinions and why they did what they did or how they went about it. I only was able to read their results. So I really can't speak to their methodology or their reasoning to that. I'm not suggesting their methodology is wrong. It was a great report. It had some good ideas in there. I'm just trying to stress the differences between internal fiscal policies and policies and procedures that are required for any audit firm to look at and opine on to be able to give an unmodified opinion on the financials. So I really don't know.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to critique the BFAC report. I just want to help the board understand, these differences when we come to review the BFAC report for the next few meetings.
So I can help you with the differences. Their reasoning why they use it, I
don't care.
can suggest too. The main differences are, on a budgetary statement, it's really just the town's revenues that came in through the town's collections of that particular year. When you get to the modified accrual statement, there are some minor other changes, but the largest change to revenues there, which is for the town of Brookline, probably about $34 million, is the state's payment to the Mass Teachers Retirement Board. So that inflates the revenue number. So if you're taking a percentage of a higher number, you're going to get a lower percentage. Whereas us as the audit firm are currently been utilizing budgetary revenues, which is what really came into the town. When you look at the modified accrual statement, if we were to back off any other modified accrual adjustments other than the Mass teachers, your bottom line would be exactly the same. Reason being, it's a gross up. This Mass teachers is both a gross up to revenue and expenditures. So whether another committee utilized the modified accrual statements to come up with some percentages, the numbers that they're utilizing, their denominators are going to be higher than essentially the budgetary statements, because mainly Mass teachers. And, in our opinion, Mass teachers really never comes into the coffers of the town. The state takes care of it on behalf of the teachers, and it's not something the town's on the hook for, will ever pay for, does not need to appropriate for. So we've always looked at the budgetary statements because, again, it's more of how the community lives and breathes. So that's how we've always looked at it.
Yeah, I mean, if I can jump in here for a second. I think the reason that BFAC used the town's definition of revenue as opposed to the definition that Mr. Peacock and his colleagues use is that that's a number that a whole lot of people in town look at. It's sort of socialized within the town government conversation, and based on some conversations that BFAC had with the town's financial advisor, and indications that the number that BFAC went with is the one that S&P really focuses on. So it was an internal consistency rationale. I think that this is a conversation we should continue as we digest the BFAC report over the next couple of weeks. But it was on the basis of sort of consistency internally with the way that we talk about revenue, but also consistent with the feedback that BFAC got from financial advisors and guidance from what S&P cares about, the town's rate agencies.
Any other, anyone else want to chime in on that? Okay.
that brings us to some of the town's other funds being enterprise funds. The water and sewer fund is essentially, in our opinion, operating as designed. We had about a $51,000 net loss this year, which an enterprise fund is designed to have a rate structure to cover costs of operations and capital. Because the business type, as we refer to them in the financials, enterprise fund, those are full accrual financial statements. They include the accrual for net pension liability, the net OPEB liability, accrued interest and such, where the governmental modified accrual statements do not. So, quite frankly, the enterprise for water and sewer, we've seen over the years, they are setting their rates to cover their costs. $51,000 loss was realistically the net impact of OPEB and net pension liability. One was up a little, one was down. So really they were at what I would consider very close to a break even without taking into account these accruals. So that's exactly as water and sewer should be operating. Golf course had about $109,000 decrease this year.
Could we sort of skip over those, because I think it's pretty clear in the report, what the situation is with those
Absolutely.
funds. It's fascinating information, but
Sure. No, by all means. In summary, I guess I would just talk real quick on the pension system this year decreased $9.5 million. Very consistent with what we've seen across the board. Again, if I may, these are June 30, 19 financials. The pension system is being reported as of December 31, 2018. Pension systems operate on a calendar year basis. So the $9.5 million loss is primarily all investment. It's realized and unrealized investment loss for the system this year. That's very consistent with what we've seen across the state of Massachusetts.
So I think what would be helpful for the select board, separate from the BFAC assistance that you gave us, is to talk about the internal controls and the management letter, so that we have a sense of what types of things we may want to do to address issues that you found in various areas.
Excellent. So that will lead us on to the report of federal award programs. The report on federal award programs is essentially designed to report all federal dollars spent by the town of Brookline in a given fiscal year. There is a formula determined by the GASB and the uniform, it's now uniform guidance, which has changed some of the rules surrounding a single audit. As Chairman Green mentioned, it's a $750,000 floor. Once the community expends over $750,000, you're required to have a single audit, in which the town spent about $7 million this year, of which we were required to test the compliance on the special education cluster this year, which was about $2.4 million, or 34% of the federal expenditures. We had 3 findings this year, 2 carried forward, 1 a new finding. Mostly related to the special education cluster, which is a cluster of about 3 different special education grants. Part of the compliance, again, we have to follow the uniform guidance, which gives us, as an audit firm, a guideline of how to audit these programs, what to look for, and what type of compliance requirements we should be testing. In this case, one of them is that when a community is doing their budget for a particular grant, they should be noting that, Craig, Paul, and Mary will be the 3 employees paid out of this grant. Their salaries will be, whether it's 100% or X%. This year through our testing, the listing that they had provided to us, we found many employees paid out of the grant that were not on their listing. So they need to tighten their controls there over what's going on with the grant. The comments that came forward from the previous year were also in relation to the special ed cluster. There's what we call time and effort certification. So if my salary is $30,000 and I'm going to work 100% in the special education grant, when that application is presented, it would show Craig Peacock $30,000 worth of salary. If my salary is $30,000 and I'm only expected to work within the special education cluster 10 hours a week for a total of, I'm just going to make up math, $12,000 for my particular year. Every month I'm supposed to submit with the special education director what we call a time and effort certification that says on such and such a day I've worked X amount of hours within the special education program to essentially support the payroll charges to the grant. Again, this year, many of those were not available for review. There's, the school had different reasonings why, but this is the second year in a row that we've had more than half not available for review for us. And also we've had over the last, this has been a comment for 3 to 5 years now, some late filings of reports. In working with school administration, they're just baffled a little bit as to why their personnel are having a hard time meeting. Most of these, although the town has June fiscal year end, grants have essentially an August 31 year end, and they have till October to file their final reports. A good amount of the reports in the past were going far past October. This year, I'm happy to say that all but one were filed on time. So, again, the special ed cluster is made up of like 3 different grants, as well as every federal school grant that the town operates has to have a final report. We only found one that we refer to as the SPED, the 240. It's like their main special educational grant. That one was filed late this year. So those were the 3 main findings within the audit report for the report on federal award program. The school's been actively working on them. However, they're, keep persisting year after year.
Mr. Kleckner, and is there anything the board can or should do to sort of push along a resolution of this? Because it comes up every single year.
Yeah.
Filings,
Well, I think, we also communicate those findings and express that we don't want to see them again, and yet sometimes they come up again. So, if perhaps the board or the audit committee could communicate that directly to those responsible parties.
If the board would like the audit committee to do that, we can consider that.
I would like the audit committee to I think Mr. Peacock is technically right that there's only one grant report that was filed late this year, but it was due August 31st of 2018. It wasn't filed until September 26th of 2019. So one is better than many. One is still nearly a year late in being filed, and it's been a persistent problem.
So a couple of years ago, the audit committee did do a resolution on a related issue. I'm not sure it had any effect, but, we can try again this year.
Yeah, I'll also note that one of the findings is that the schools aren't in compliance with the terms of a grant, and that's a really concerning finding, not being in compliance with a federal grant. That money can pretty quickly disappear if this is persistent. So I think we need to make sure that the severity of this is understood by the schools.
Okay.
No other questions on that report. It brings us to the final report, the management letter. The prior management letter, being fiscal 18, had 3 comments in it, one of which was completely resolved this year, the transfer and use of funds from the adult ed revolving to supplement the school's general fund budget. So that did not occur in fiscal 19, so that comment is fully resolved. We have 2 that we would call partially resolved and have a good feeling that they will be completely resolved during FY20. One being the accrued scholarships. We brought that one up a few years ago as a result of sort of the complexity and the amount of sheer information in scholarships that have been awarded but not yet taken by a particular student. And somewhere, these particular students were clearly well out of college. So we have been, it was, in my opinion, making record keeping for these much more difficult for both the school department and or the reconciliation process with your comptroller's office. So we made 2 recommendations. We made a recommendation a number of years ago to let's review the students that are on these listings. Are they still eligible? Have they graduated? Is there a reason they didn't take it? And I would say a lot of work was done on that during fiscal 19. The level or the number of students being accounted for is still being shown as award scholarship recipients and eligible to draw those funds diminished greatly. So there was definitely some work done on that. What we feel is probably more important is that a definitive policy regarding the awarding of scholarships and when a particular student is awarded a scholarship, is there a time frame that they can get it? Should the town be paying it right over to their particular school of choice? You know, we could throw out ideas, but I think the comment goes to that we should just have a definitive policy surrounding scholarships so that the accounting complications don't arise again in the future. So I'm calling that one partially because they did clean up the listing quite a bit. I think just a good policy of here's how someone's eligible, here's how long they have to accept it, and if not, it goes back into the pool or something of that nature, I think would be very beneficial for the school department and the town. Another one that I'm considering partially resolved this year that was a comment from last year is the cybersecurity. We've had a number of clients over the year please excuse I'm not an IT guy, but like the malwares and hacking in and holding some information hostage and looking for a ransom. It's happening quite often. I have a family member that lives down in Atlanta, Georgia. They were hacked multiple times and ultimately paid out a fair sum of money to get their data back. What I would suggest over the years in asking questions and working with the town's IT department, I feel they're pretty robust in their policies. They're always looking into what's going on. You know, the IT world is almost changing every day. Every month at least, there's something new to look at. There's a new threat to mitigate, as well as, you know, however many employees and locations the town has, all of the computer systems and everything. So the town's IT department has a lot of work. However, I feel they've been very proactive in looking at various ways to mitigate the cybersecurity. And we've been told that a third-party firm has been hired to conduct an IT assessment of the various risks that they see the town of Brookline may be open to. And again, it's not unique to the town of Brookline. This is not just unique to Massachusetts. This is essentially the United States right now. Is all communities, all states are dealing with a cybersecurity issue, and because we're seeing it at some of our clients, we feel that it was important to bring up, and I think most of the information that I've received from the town's IT department is that they They're addressing it, they're on board, they're having reviews done, and they're continually monitoring and updating their policies and procedures to essentially try to stay in front of anything like this occurring for the town of Brookline.
Great.
Brings us, we added 2 new comments this year. Again, as I mentioned, in the treasurer's collector's office, there's a new cash manager this year. So we thought it was a good idea to just kind of dive in and just note some of the things that we saw. We mentioned some old outstanding checks. I am going to tell you that the dollar value of those checks is not material to the financial statements. There are not thousands of checks. It's just that, one, we feel it clearly makes the monthly reconciliation process more efficient when you're able to mitigate the amount of outstanding checks that you have to look into and watch for. There's also rules that can be followed, the abandoned property laws to kind of take those right off your recons and push them into the tailings account. So again, this one we feel is important because there was a new gentleman now working with the accounts and developing what I would say is his standard operating procedure of how accounts are reconciled, what we look at and such. So we thought it was important to just mention this is something you should look at and mitigate with use of the tailings laws. And something that we see in many of our communities in and around Boston is outstanding parking tickets. We see it in many communities, such as the town of Brookline, where there's a lot of college students, there's a lot of people in and out coming into the city, so a lot of parking tickets are written that are never paid. There was, I think it's been, if my recollection serves me, it's been about 10 years or so that we've been able to, the towns have been able to flag at the registry. So if I come back into the town of Brookline and look to register my vehicle, there should be a flag there that says, well, wait a minute, you can't do anything until you pay these parking tickets.
But Craig, that is so clearly stated in the report that we don't need to go into that. And I want to give the board some time to ask questions. We're under the gun of a timeline.
I would say then that would wrap up what I have.
Okay.
That's the final comment in the report. More than happy to address any questions that you might have.
And they're all straightforward comments. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
So, any questions?
Sorry,
Comments?
it's a lot to process for an hour.
Okay. Well, we're going to have to process and digest.
I want to ask a quick question. So,
the BFAC report.
on these, it looked like our outstanding parking tickets are 9 million, and 5 million of them, 5 million of that is older than 3 years. And what can we do to collect that?
Well,
I mean, do we send them to a collection agency and lose, probably half of it, but get?
You're right, it's a difficult proposition. Those that are prior and previous to when the community had the ability to flag at the registry. And then again, if I'm a student, I've suddenly moved to California, I may never come back to Massachusetts. So it's hard to know which ones are truly uncollectible, but for the old balances that may have never been able to be flagged, most communities at this point will go through a process of a review of them, see if maybe there is does Craig pop up every single year in which we know we're not going to write him off, and let's maybe have our parking clerk or someone in the police try to contact and see if, or collect. They then do go to deputy collectors, or they'll sell off the receivables to a firm. And I agree with you, you lose a fair percentage of that up front. However, you're able to at least mitigate losing all of it. So it's a hard decision, you know, the town has to make what they're willing to do and accept. But again, if they're very old, the likelihood of collecting anything on them becomes slim. When you look at the aging report that we received, you know, those really old years, they're not changing.
Yep.
They're not changing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Franco.
I've got a question about the future. It looks like there's two new Gatsby requirements that are going to have to be implemented in 2020. Gatsby 84 and Gatsby 90. Is there anything that you want to flag for us about the difficulty, the logistics of implementing those?
You know, they're really, at this point, really, you know, the main one that we see is going to be dealing with leases and understanding. What we're understanding now is, so we as a firm go to every seminar we can to absorb everything, and then we work with other colleagues and firms to determine we're part of the MSCPA audit committees and such, and so we all sit and discuss the new GASBs and what's the best way for implementation and how do we see them impacting our clients. I think that the lease is going to be, because now, rather than like, let's say, an operating lease for a bunch of coffee machines, you didn't have to do much with that. It's considered a lease payment out the door expense. They want to consider those capital leases now. So that's going to get a little bit tricky. We're going to have to work with someone like your comptroller to really, and/or the school department business manager, really understand what is out there, what's the full population of leases, and sort of doing an analysis of the materiality and or how they come into play with the GASBs and such. But we see that as probably the one with the most work. It won't impact realistically the town's day-to-day operations. It's more going to be financial reporting. So it's going to be more questions and information that your audit firm will need, and then we'll need to speak and work with management to make sure that the information we receive we're understanding correctly to then, you know, report and note in the town's reports. But overall, we don't see any real impact in the very near future. There are some on the future for another number of years that could change the whole look of the financials altogether. We don't know if that will come up. But just as far as the two that you've mentioned, really the least one is the only item that we really see impacting our clients mostly.
Great. Anything else?
Just a question for you, Bernard. When you were giving your part of the presentation, you mentioned that there were three things that you wanted the board to sort of decide on a future date. One was about rotating the auditors.
Right.
Do you remember what the other two were? Just trying to make sure I get this.
Whether the audit committee should be asked to ask the audit firm to do an internal controls check, but, you know, that's already done, so that's really not relevant. And the third one was whether we want to ask the audit firm or a consultant to review our reserve policies and sort of double check them and in terms of our compliance with them, as well as, you know, whether we're complying with the expectations of the rating agency. So.
Great. And thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Well,
Good. Anything else? Thank you, Mr.
thank
Peacock.
you very much.
Okay.
Maybe for next year, we might invite someone from the schools to sit in on the presentation.
Yes, good idea. Good luck. Good luck with that. What's this? Oh, Okay, next is the 2021 financial plan. Once we get set up there.
Just wait till Select Board Member Hamilton returns.
Yes, I think she'll just be a second.
Well, good evening, board members. This evening is our annual opportunity to present our financial plan, which includes the budget as well as the capital improvement plan and the long-range financial forecast. I wanted to first off explain a little bit what we're going to do this evening. I give about half of this presentation, turn it over to Melissa Goff, our Deputy Town Administrator, to give the other half. At around 7:30, I'm expected downstairs to do this thing again with the advisory committee. So in the event that that we're not concluded, I'll have to leave, and then Melissa will finish up, and then I'll come back as soon as I can to finish up the board meeting this evening. Again, this is the fiscal 21 financial plan, and I want to first say thank you to Melissa and to Justin Casanova-Davis, our Assistant Town Administrator, to all the department heads. This is a multi-year, this is a culmination of a multi-month, I should say, multi-month process, beginning earlier in the fall when we put this budget together. This year, as has been mentioned a number of times so far this evening, we're also working with the BFAC group, who was working throughout essentially the same period when they started to really ramp up their deliberations and support. And so it was a challenging year, but frankly, having the BFAC report gave some good context to the overall budget issues, and we're going to talk about a number of those this evening. So the first thing I want to do is explain that this looks different this year, this document. This is the first year of using an online tool called OpenGov. It's a new process that we've decided to use. A lot of it was prompted by BFAC, who suggested that we needed really to formalize a lot of our budget work and make it more integrated. And so we've adopted OpenGov. I think the problem that we've found this year, and many other communities who are using OpenGov for the first time have determined, is that it does not translate great into a printed document. In particular, some of the graphs and charts are small. They're too small. And we brought this to the attention of OpenGov, as did many other communities, and they're working on things, but this is a transition year, so bear with us. When we do our future budget hearings with the board, we'll make sure that we produce some printed materials for you. But the point of OpenGov is really to lend itself more to an online use and review of the budget. So let me tell you a little bit about OpenGov. It streamlines the process. So it integrates the budget request process, and when the budget department managers are submitting their budget, it automatically populates into the OpenGov, into our budget process. It provides us better our financial projection and modeling tools, which BFAC talked a lot about. It allows us to generate reports, and I think you'll see that a little bit better. Creates better visualization of budget issues and trends, particularly online, and it it creates the transparency portal, allowing for an enhanced online experience. So again, OpenGov has heard loud and clear from them that their product is not working great for a printed document like this, and so please bear with us this year. I wanted to show you, what some of what it will look like online as opposed to in your book. This is a screenshot of one of the pages. I think this is the IT budget, where in your book it's going to appear really small, but online you can see it, and then not only can you see it, but you can click on certain aspects and dive down a little deeper. So it really does facilitate more online access than a hard copy. So, and then I think we have one other visualization. So, the charts are much bigger, and you can see what's behind them a little better. So enough of transition to OpenGov, but we are excited about kind of making this leap into this online portal. So let me give you some overview of the budget for fiscal 21. It's $359 million of revenues and expenses, and that's all in. That represents not only the general fund, but also the enterprise funds that we've heard about, and all the revolving funds, and so on. That represents a 6.8% increase over fiscal 20, and that is all part of a 3-year plan that we've been embarking on. This is the 3rd year of the 3-year override plan that very clearly spelled out what the expectations were for years 1, 2, and 3 in the plan, and we'll show you what it meant for year 3 of this plan. In this budget, the school budget increases by 5.1% based on the school-town partnership formula. Our municipal budgets are increasing by 3.4% as a group. The capital budget is representing now almost 11% of prior year revenue. That's growing a lot because of our debt exclusions and the obligations of the town to expand our school plants and facilities. Our enterprises are up by 3.1%, and our reserves and long-term liability funding are meeting their goals, although we want to certainly talk about the reserves and why there's a lot of discussion about that this evening. Pardon me. So this is the picture of the budget from last year to this year. You can see the various categories that we summarize our revenues and expenditures into. Again, it's $358,754,000, an increase of almost $23 million over last year, and a 6.8% increase. Thank you. We're going to dive into both the revenues and expenditures in a little bit more detail. But let's go back to the override plan. So the override was passed in 2018 for fiscal 2019 through fiscal 21. Year 1 of the override was where we generated most of the taxes, or I shouldn't say most, because in year 2 we actually levied more. So it's about split between year 1 and 2. And in year 3, we're raising the rest of the residual amount of the taxes, which is about $390,000. But in year 3 is where we really are meeting our commitment for non-override funds. So if you recall, when we put together the override plan, it was not only authorizing $6.5 million more in taxes, but also we were committing to raise almost $3 million of non-property tax funds. That would not be part of the override. And we've met those this year. This is the big part of the budget in this year. So let's just look at the revenues overall. Our property tax represents over 2/3. It's actually 70% of the town's revenues. That's a good thing and a bad thing. Number one, it's a very stable source of revenue. So Proposition 2.5 does limit the amount of taxes one can levy from year to year, but it's a pretty stable source of revenue. So that when income goes down, the property taxes are not going down, because the Proposition 2.5 allows us to levy 2.5% greater than the prior year. So we don't ever have to worry about our taxes going away, the property tax base. Local receipts are our next largest category at 10%. State aid, which is at 6.4% and dwindling as a percentage of the town's overall budget. We have free cash at 3.3% and other available funds at 1.2%. The enterprises made up 9%. That's water, sewer, the golf course, and the recreation revolving fund. So, as I mentioned, the property tax is by and large the largest source of our revenue. It went up over last year by 5.5%. You would ask why, how could that happen when the Proposition 2.5 says 2.5%? Well, we do increase by 2.5%, but under Proposition 2.5, we are allowed to grow our tax base without penalty. And so for fiscal 21, we're expecting to generate $2.5 million more in property tax revenue attributable to the new construction, new investment. And that's important, and you know that BFAC has really looked at economic development as a major element of their proposal because it's not capped. It's an area that we're not restricted by law. We're obviously restricted by sort of the politics and just the sheer ability to have a certain level of development in our community. But in any event, we are, oops, oh dear. Just trying to get rid of that box and something happened. I'm going to continue to talk about the budget presentation, then we'll catch up as the PowerPoint is restored. You have, I believe, in your with you a handout of the. We're back. Thank you, Wilson. So we talked about new growth, and then the other big aspect of this budget is the debt exclusion. So we are increasing almost $10 million of debt costs that are going to be borne by the taxpayers. These are the so-called debt exclusions for the various projects, school projects that we have on board. So that's really a major source of the 5.5% increase, which I think we tried to explain to the voters that there would be consequences for taking on this debt, and these projects were approved based on that understanding. State aid. It's up only 1.8%. There's two major categories of state aid. One is called the unrestricted general government aid. That's increasing by 2.8%, and that reflects the governor's commitment to tie at least this portion of local aid to whatever the state revenues are increasing. So as you may know, the state legislature and the governor gets together every year, and they develop a consensus revenue projection, how much the revenue of the state is increasing. This year it's at 2.8%, and the governor has committed to give to the cities and towns 2.8% of that particular amount of state aid. Chapter 70 is referred to as the education aid formula, although it's not earmarked for education, but clearly we spend a lot more than we get from the state on education. So in effect, it is earmarked for that. We only went by 1.5%. We are now what's referred to as a minimum aid community, meaning that the state already is contributing 17.5% of Chapter 70 to our education requirement. You undoubtedly have heard about a new student opportunity initiative, a reform at the state level, which is providing a lot more money for local education. It's not going to communities at the minimum aid category. It's going to those communities that are experiencing a lot more stress in their school systems, a lot of poor communities, urban communities. So I'm not anticipating that we're going to see anything better pretty much than that. Oftentimes we will look at the governor's budget and make some calculated guesses about what the legislature is going to do, because in Massachusetts the governor's budget sort of is not, it's submitted, but the legislature has the ability to submit alternative budgets, and they often do, both the House and the Senate. This year I don't believe we're likely to get much more state aid from what I can see. So we're going to assume that for state aid. Okay. More revenues. Our local receipts are up by 15.3%. That's pretty significant. So where is that coming from? Well, the largest of that is our marijuana excise taxes. And that's the bulk of where we're finding our non-property tax revenue increase this year. So we are projecting a $1.5 million increase. I believe in the budget this year we have, what, $350,000 in our budget this year. We're increasing that by another $1.5 million to about I think $1,850,000. We're also looking at lodging. Melissa, confirm what that is, the excise taxes? Okay, so we're a community that benefits from surcharge, a local surcharge on the hotel rooms tax, and we're generating an additional $290,000 for that. Of course, we have more rooms, and with the development of some new hotels that are, I always find hotels, I say are double whammies. You not only are getting the new growth from the construction, but you're also benefiting from meals and lodging taxes. So hotel development is actually a good deal, financial deal for the town. Our parking meter receipts, that's the other area that we're going up on non-property tax revenue. We're proposing at this point to increase our on-street meter rate from $1.25 an hour to $1.50 an hour. We haven't increased our rate for a few years, and I know that we always try to see it in a regional approach, and Boston and Cambridge, I believe, are already at the $1.50 per hour. It's not necessarily a revenue-raising mechanism. We don't handle parking meter receipts or parking meter rates just because we're trying to raise money, but we're trying to make them compatible with what we're trying to do in our community. We're trying to value parking spaces. They're very valuable. We need the turnover, and we believe that we have to be competitive in the region. Parking fees, so if we're going to increase our parking, on-street parking rates, we're also going to do some work on our parking fees in the off-street parking lots and overnight parking and so on. We're getting 15.3% from Medicaid reimbursement. This is for special education purposes. And then a refuse fee, and we're going to talk about that a little bit more. Our refuse fee has to go up. It hasn't gone up for a long time. We kept it revenue neutral when we did the change to pay-as-you-throw a couple of years ago, but we're at the point now where the town would just be subsidizing this fee too much, especially given some of the developments in the recycling area and the costs that are driving that budget up. So that is more about meeting the needs of the refuse program as opposed to the overall property tax or non-property tax increases that we've committed to in the override. And then finally, free cash. We had a very strong free cash of $11.8 million. Actually, we had a certified free cash of 14.3, but as we have been doing the last couple of years, we're not appropriating all of it to support our unreserved fund balance, and we're going to talk a lot about that. We are also using free cash to an additional support of $8.3 million to support the CIP, and we're going to, for the first time in a long time, or at least since I've been here, actually appropriate money to the stabilization fund, which we consider our rainy day fund, and to help bolster our reserves. And I'm going to talk about that a lot more when we're talking about the BFAC report. And then our policy also requires our Affordable Housing Trust Fund to receive an allocation from free cash when it dips below a certain balance, and it has in fiscal 21. So I just want to repeat, free cash is never used for operating purposes in this town. We always use it for one-time purposes like reserves or capital projects or certain special reserve funds. We do have one other category of other available funds. That's $4.5 million. We're seeing enterprises, which typically every year pay to the general fund expenses to support their costs. So, for example, if in the water sewer department, they're paying their share of OPEB, pensions, health insurance, and all that. That comes over to the general fund as a revenue. And then we had an old parking meter fund that has $1.2 million, and we're going to be, is closing this out, Melissa? We're going to be closing this out and using it to help fund our road CIP. So doing everything we can to try to use some one-time sources of funds to support our capital improvement plan. I'm going to move to the expenditures now. You'll see this chart in two places. This is the chart for budget purposes, and then Melissa later will show the chart when it's fully loaded. So in this case, we're talking about department budgets. The school department represents 34.4% of the overall pie, but you'll see that it increases when we start loading in other costs, and Melissa will do that later on in her presentation. Our municipal departments at 23%, non-departmental, which are the mostly benefits and pensions and so on, at 27.5%, special appropriations at 3.9%, and our enterprise is at 9%, similar to the revenues that they match. Let me get into the expenditures in a little bit more detail. So the school budget is up by 5.1%. This is based on, we have to start somewhere, and this town has decided, like many towns, is to create a formula to try to limit the uncertainty and some of the fights that typically happen every year between town and school departments. So we have a long-standing formula that allocates revenue and accounts for some expenses, and when all that is said and done, we're increasing the school budget by 5.1% in fiscal '21. In Massachusetts, school committees have the ability and the legal right to spend that money any way they see fit. So this town is unable, the town meeting is unable by law to tell them where to spend their money. So that's another reason why we're just looking at the bottom line there. We are providing, in addition, the 5.1 includes the 390 and the 2.1. So in addition to the town school partnership, we are providing the school department effectively all of those override funds and the non-tax revenue funds to allow us to get to 5.1% this year. And the school budget obviously has all the details that you'll be interested in. The advisory committee has a special subcommittee to evaluate the school budget, notwithstanding the fact that we can only approve the bottom line at town meeting. On the municipal side, that growth of 3.4% is essentially covers our fixed costs and contractual increases, including a reserve for salary and wage increases. We only have one union that's outstanding, and we're putting a reserve aside for that, incorporated within our municipal budgets, to make sure we have enough money when that contract is settled. But for the most part, this 3.4% really just covers the basic cost of step increases or contractual increases that utilities and other expenses like that. We have identified public works as a major concern. So we are seeing the higher recycling costs that are resulting from this global crisis, prompted by China not accepting any further recycled products or limiting significantly the amount of recycled products from Western countries, primarily because those products aren't clean enough. Now, I think we do a better job here in the Northeast, and in particular Brookline. I know we have a very good rate of clean, so-called clean recyclables, but overall in the world, there's a lot of mixing, and that results in a lot of trash that China would have to get rid of. And so they've really cut back on the amount of recycled products, and that has really created a major economic force in the world. And so you're seeing all these municipalities throughout the world, in the United States in particular, Canada, that are unable to get rid of their recycling cost effectively, and so the companies that are charging for or the processing services are charging more and more and more for these products. And so that's what prompted us to have to increase or propose an increase in the solid waste fee. We are also seeing a lot of expenses from deploying the IPS meters, especially the pay-as-you-throw, and so we're dealing with those costs as well. There are two areas where we've, what I would call, invested. We had very limited ability to invest in the budget, any additional positions or staff resources. Two areas we did it. They were both involved in essentially building inspections. So we added an inspector in the building department and lieutenant in the prevention division of the fire department. Those are all related to increased development, potential short-term rentals, which I know we're going to talk about a little later tonight, but there's a tremendous amount of pressure on these two departments to keep up with it. This we consider a public safety issue. The ability to have safe buildings, safe construction, for the fire department to figure out how best to, how organizations and institutions and private residences need to maintain their buildings in order to limit the exposure to loss is huge for us. And so those are two areas, two limited areas that we've invested in on the town side of the budget. Group health insurance. This time of year, we might say to you that we've assumed a 5% rate increase, and we're hoping that when the final rates come in March, we're going to have a little savings that we can count on. This year, we're not saying that. We believe that the 5% rate increase that we've projected for health insurance for employees and retirees will not go down. So we've told the school department that, and they're aware of that as well. We are assuming some increased subscribers, particularly as we find private employers are starting to cut back some of their benefits, and also given some of the growth in the school department with the override, hiring new teachers and aides and so on. Our pension funding, we are looking at a rate of return. We're reducing overall the rate of return. We felt that we were too high, too aggressive in that area, and so when you reduce the rate of return, you know, it does create some impacts. But we're still on schedule. What the rate, the increase in the pension funding is that 7.2%?
No, that's the rate of return assumption. We annually increase our appropriation by 7.85%.
7.85% is our pension funding increase. So that's a pretty big increase. But as you heard tonight from our auditor, we're still on track for eliminating our unfunded pension liability in 2030, and we're excited about that for a lot of reasons. Then we can go back to a much more normal and rate increase in our pension funding. And also, we're going to be able to then convert the funding that we're spending on the pension to OPEB. And that's the final point on this slide. OPEB refers to other post-employment benefits. So in addition to a pension, we provide all of our retirees and their survivors health insurance. And that's basically what OPEB is for us. It's health insurance for retirees. And we've had actuaries say that we have a very significant liability there. There's no obligation, no legal obligation to increase it or to fund it. Many communities don't, but as Craig mentioned from our auditing firm, we do. We're putting in an additional $250,000 this year, and I believe we're in the $55 to $60 million range is what we have in our OPEB fund, and that's remarkable. It's very good, and we're much poised to get to a funding schedule like we have for the pension funding shortly. Our debt service and special appropriations, we are very aggressive on our capital budget this year. We're putting in almost $14 million from our own revenue. We're increasing our debt substantially by $3.6 million, or near 19%. We are currently evaluating borrowing plans for fiscal and the high school projects, but that's where we're at right now. And then I mentioned that our total capital expenses are at 12.9% now. Our target is 7.5%. So you see how much the effect of the school building projects and the debt exclusions that result from them are having an impact on our overall finances. Non-appropriated. There are many costs of the town's budget that actually town meeting doesn't appropriate, but we still have to raise them. One is the MBTA assessment. It's decreased slightly. I'm not asking any questions about that because that's not usually the case. Our Norfolk County assessment, on the other hand, going up. It's now $1.1 million. That's a really sore subject for us, I know, in Brookline, because many of us feel that it's unfair, given the fact that many of the counties in the state have already abolished, and the state has assumed their responsibility. That hasn't happened for Norfolk County yet. I don't see it happening in the near future. And as a result, we seem to be, our residents are not only supporting the state when they've assumed the responsibility for example, Middlesex County, but now we also have to pay our apportioned share of the Norfolk County assessment. That Norfolk County assessment, Brookline's is the largest of the assessment of all Norfolk County, notwithstanding the fact that we're not the largest city or town in the county. I believe that would be Quincy. And yet, it's based on property values, so clearly Brookline is the highest property value community. But given our geographic separation from Norfolk County and the fact that we just don't tend to avail ourselves to the high school that they have, which I believe is in the town of Norfolk, that's a real sore subject. And I know we've talked a lot about it. It's in the BFAC report, so I'm sure we'll be talking about that unfair assessment going forward. And the overlay account we also don't raise. That's $1.8 million that is established by the Board of Assessors to grant property tax exemption, abatements and exemptions for the next year. I mentioned earlier our enterprises are going up by 3.1%. Revenues are going up by 3.1% to cover costs. There is no property tax subsidy to our enterprises. They cover all their expenses, including their debt. We saw a good year with the golf enterprise, primarily given the driving range experience. That's a new venture for the golf course, and it's been very successful, not only financially, but also I think it has given the golf course a little bit more, less opportunity just to play golf and to go and hit some balls, and we see a lot of families and other people taking advantage of that, and that's nice to see. I'm going to move on to my final few slides, which are the policy issues and initiatives. So for me, the budget is a lot more than just a bunch of numbers and trying to balance the numbers. The budget is a tool. It's a management tool. And we spend a lot of time talking about major issues that is facing the town and how we're going to address them long-term, but also specifically in the fiscal 21 budget. The big issue this year has clearly been the work of the Brookline Fiscal Advisory Committee, or referred to as BFAC. We're very appreciative of the commitment and of BFAC. They're all volunteers who got together, appointed by this board, and worked hard to address the charge that they were given. It was interesting that BFAC really focused on financial management capacity and other things, as opposed to identifying, specific revenues and expenditures, although they did raise a number of them in their report, including the economic development that I know will be discussed a lot. But primarily, BFAC was focused on the town's ability to make good budgetary decisions, to plan, to project, to communicate, and hopefully make better decisions when we're at the point where we need to balance our budget. So some of the aspects of the BFAC committee report was the importance of our AAA bond rating, and in particular, this discussion we've been having about building up reserves. And we are able to address that to some extent in this budget, where we are adding another $2 million, and we're actually going to appropriate to the stabilization fund. And I'm going to talk about that on another slide in just a few minutes. BFAC strongly recommended enhancing our financial planning and management, not only the town itself, but collaborating with the town and school. I made it pretty clear to BFAC that that's not going to happen on its own. That's a highly staff-intensive exercise. We put the budget together, as I mentioned, Melissa and Justin sitting here. That's it. We put the budget together, and no one else is doing it. And that doesn't mean that's all they do, because as you know, they're here every Tuesday. They're working with, putting the town meeting warrants together and doing a whole lot of things. I'm proud of the kind of financial management we have. I'm proud of the budget we put together. and the financial policies, but I acknowledge that we can do better. BFAC is saying we can do better. I agree with them, but we need more staff and capacity. So at the late breaking, BFAC report, there really wasn't a lot I could do in this budget for that, but I was able to put $30,000 of consulting money in a budget to hopefully bring in some experts to help us develop these processes that then we can take on, hopefully with some additional staff down the road. We're also talking about, BFAC has identified a national sort of think tank, kind of consulting arm, referred to as the Urban Institute. And we're talking to them about their possibility of coming to Brookline and helping us out a little bit. So that's kind of an exciting opportunity for us. And then the third major area of BFAC was institutional. Town meeting education, specifically referring to a budget summit or summits, how we evaluate town meeting proposals, and the structure and the focus of the advisory committee. The last two I'm going to let this board tackle because I think it really involves high-level policy discussions. But the town meeting education, the budget summit, that's something that we've really embraced, and we look forward to doing one of those in the near future. And we think that would really help educate folks and put everybody on a little better footing in terms of their understanding of the budget and some of the acronyms and other things we talk about. So we're looking forward to that particular recommendation. That's BFAC, and I'm going to get into the reserves a little bit later. Marijuana licensing and sales. That's a big issue for this budget and a big issue in this town, as you well know. Our $1,850,000 excise tax projection is admittedly conservative, but we're not sure. It's a brand new industry. Last year, in the middle of it all, the state decided to ban vaping products. There's a lot more competition that will eventually come into the marketplace. So even though we have very strong revenues that we're projecting into next year, we're just being a little conservative. So I want to be very clear about that. $1,850,000, and that would include NETA, but also Sanctuary probably coming online at some point. But again, we're not sure. We thought long ago that we'd have another operator in business by now. It's over a year since NETA opened, but or almost a year, and it hasn't happened. So we're trying to be conservative on marijuana excise tax. The host community agreement, community impact fees, as you may recall, we appropriated some amount of funds at the December town meeting in the fall, and we've included those in the departmental budgets, but we're having a lot more additional funds that will be appropriated. In this case, we're suggesting that those be appropriated to a dedicated fund. You have to appropriate them, but we're going to appropriate them to a marijuana mitigation fund. And obviously your new committee, the Cannabis Mitigation Advisory Committee, will consider ways to use those funds to meet actual mitigation expenses in the neighborhoods specifically related to those operations. But it's here where I'm proposing we create the Equity Advancement Fund that our town meeting adopted as a resolution last fall. I know that there was talk about using the marijuana excise taxes for that. I would say that we accounted for those as part of our override plan. Now, to the extent we may grow our revenues, our excise tax revenues in the future, we can have a discussion. But right now, I believe there's sufficient money in the host community mitigation funding that we can set up a pretty significant equity advancement fund. I might need the board's help because, there's, as you may have heard, there's a lot of oversight on host community agreements. Not only has the state, the Cannabis Control Commission have some oversight, but the legislature has been talking about that and are talking about a bill that would grant more oversight of those funds to the state. And then, we know that the U.S. Attorney is looking at this area as well. So we've got to be careful. I personally believe that the legalization of marijuana for adults had a lot to do. There was a lot of commitments made for underrepresented groups and groups that were historically unfairly treated by this so-called war on drugs in the past. And, the state's been talking a lot about it, but they're not doing a lot about it. And here's a situation where we had a very innovative proposal at town meeting. I think we have enough money in addition to handling our mitigation of the neighborhoods around these areas. So I think we can create an equity advancement fund out of this revenue source, and that's my proposal this year. I want to go to sustainability and climate action. As you know, there was a lot of controversy after our initial sustainability program manager left, resigned from the town. I have committed to, and we have funding for a staff capacity in our budget, but we have asked the UMass Collins Center to take a look at that, and they're already engaged. They've begun their work. They're going to be doing a lot of discussions with stakeholders and others about sustainability and how it fits in within our organization. And so we still have the position funded in our department. My guess is that if there's some changes, we can accommodate them flexibly within our budget. But we've got to see where we're going on that. But I'm very committed to this review of the sustainability program manager. It's not just the program manager. I'm interested in what the Collins Center has to say about our entire organization and how we're dealing with sustainability. For example, we need a sustainability in a lot of our departments, not only our planning department, but our DPW, engineering and transportation, and our building department. And we are beginning to include sustainability in our job descriptions and our advertisements. We want to get more people who are committed to this and who have expertise in this area, not just limited to one single position. And then I wanted to mention our transitioning to non-fossil fuel sources. That includes specifically in this budget, fleet replacement. We're able to replace the two sort of pool vehicles that the town is going to replace with all electric vehicles this year. And we're replacing 4 police cruisers with hybrid vehicles. And we're looking at some of the larger vehicles to see, whether those are practical to whether they're actually in the market or whether they're affordable at this point. We're also looking to expand our municipal electric portfolio. This is not the aggregation that members of our community, the residential part of our community, is taking advantage of. This is the actual town's use of electricity. And we are beginning, we put in the budget some funding to buy some additional RECs, referred to, that provide more renewable energy. And so we have, as you may know, a commitment to get our portfolio to be all electric or non-fossil fuel free by 2050. So we're starting that effort to increase that at this point. And then building projects, I think the most prominent is the Driscoll School project, which is being planned as a non-fossil fuel building entirely. So that's pretty exciting stuff. We'll move to Newbury College reuse plan. That's one that this board has been very active in, and I know just recently announced the agreement between the town and the developer who purchased that property. If the town wants to acquire the west side of that property, it will have to do so through a debt exclusion referendum. So that is what the capital plan assumes, is that the cost will be authorized through a debt exclusion. We would like to do some minimal funding from this debt exclusion to upgrade, not a lot. The building is in relatively good shape. We do need to improve the fire alarm panel. I'm referring now to the academic building. And then we also have to preserve West Hall. West Hall is, as you may be aware, is the large former mansion, a large residential structure that's been used, carved up by the school, by the Newbury College over the years. We don't see us having any short-term use of that building, but we want to protect it because we might down the road, we might want to dispose of it down the road, so we want to make sure we protect that. So looking to use the academic building temporarily over the next 2 or 3 years. What I'm telling departments is they really need to bring their existing funding. We don't have a lot of money to maintain and operate that building, so one of the candidates there is our building department. Currently, our building department, this is the tradespeople who work on all of our school and town buildings. They don't have a great home. They're using very substandard space at some outbuildings at Lars Anderson Park. And they're very interested in moving to the academic building. I like it because for a couple of reasons. Number one, they are bringing along resources, financial and staff resources to help maintain that building in the West Hall. But also, we want to have a presence on that site. I believe the town doesn't want those buildings to just go vacant and be prone to vandalism and improper use. So we like the building department home there. We also are proposing to create a training and professional development center so that the school department and others who are using a lot of spaces in this building are able to use the academic building up at the Newbury College. There's other opportunities, but we're kind of waiting and to see how they pan out. Let me try to eliminate this. I can't. Okay. And then there's a future process to consider long-term use. Staff and consulting support eventually will be required. There is nothing in the fiscal 21 budget for that purpose. But as you know, that will be a multi-year effort, really very robust effort to engage the community and to decide what the future long-term use of that Newbury property will be, assuming that the debt exclusion is successful this spring. I want to, let's see. I'm out again. All right, so I want to finish up with a discussion of the reserves policy, which we had a lot of discussion so far, and I think, I know the advisory committee is very interested in talking about that this evening. So our policy is to maintain at least 10% of the town's revenues as unassigned fund balance. And what this means is that unassigned fund balance for us essentially is free cash plus the stabilization fund. And the denominator is the town's revenues. And Craig talked a little bit about the discussion of revenues and how they differ between the budget and the financial statements. But the bottom line is that the town has committed to, and I have personally committed to, meeting that commitment, and we haven't done it. Now, we do have a number of reasons that I want to talk about and discussions, but I want to be very clear. The reason, I take responsibility for that. We thought we were going to rebound and get back up to 10%. It didn't happen. And now we have to take measures to correct that. I thank BFAC for pointing that out, and we are going to do that. But let me talk to you a little bit about why it's hard to do this. First of all, we're projecting our fund balance. It's not taking it at a point in time. We're projecting it into the next fiscal year. And that's really hard. But the fact of the matter is we did see some signs that we weren't increasing for whatever reason. The money we were setting aside wasn't enough to bring us above that 10%, and we waited too long to address it. The other point is that one of the strategies we've used is just to leave free cash unappropriated. In other words, not appropriate all of our free cash, and so that leaves a number of, like, I think $2.6 million this last year. We left in free cash, which is a reserve. But the problem is that that free cash only lasts until June 30th, and then it gets recalculated again, along with everything else. The State Department of Revenue plugs in a lot of things that they do, and that's not a great strategy for us. And so it's not the best overall strategy. So in addition to doing what we're doing now, we're going to start to appropriate money into the stabilization fund. And once it's appropriated to the stabilization fund, it never can be diminished. Whereas unappropriated free cash can get what we refer to as dinged by the State Department of Revenue. So it comes into the next year and they say, well, you have a deficit over here on one of your school grants, and you might, we're a little concerned about an unpaid obligation here. So we're going to be conservative and we're going to reduce your free cash. And these are hard to predict. And sometimes, it changes from year to year. So what we've decided to do is, in addition to leaving some of that free cash unappropriated, we're going to start to appropriate some to the stabilization fund. And this will be the first year we've done that. As I said, since I've been here for almost 10 years. So we are proposing to appropriate $2 million into our stabilization fund this year to help boost our reserves. I'm not sure that'll bring us to 10%, but it will definitely get us in that direction. We talked about the revenues in the financial statements. I'll be honest with you, I don't understand a lot of those revenues. I understand the budget very well, but we don't really understand the financial statement revenues. So when BFAC said, and I think, Ben, you were trying to get at this, BFAC wants things to be consistent. It sits in the audit, that's a formal report. They want to make sure that that's used. And so we're okay with that. We will use the financial statements from now on for revenue. But they're tricky, and we have to understand that. For example, I want to tell you that $27 million of our revenues in our financial statements is money the state's giving to us to pay our teacher pensions, and then it comes out. But it's still $27 million in the revenues that we have to, get 10% of. So we will do that, but it's not easy. And, I have to say, it took us a while to figure out that the revenues in the financial statements are a lot different than the revenues in the budget. But we're willing to go along with that recommendation of BFAC. When we pass overrides, we don't put aside 10% to say, if we're going to raise our revenue, we also have to make sure we're going to maintain our 10% reserve policy. That's not a very politically popular thing to do, I will admit. We're trying to keep our overrides as low as possible, sometimes, and try to maximize their use for school purposes primarily and other reasons. And to set aside 10% that we're just going to sock away is a politically difficult thing to do, I think you would admit. But that is a recommendation of PFAC, that will be my recommendation in the future. And then the other final thing I want to say is that unfunded liabilities, we haven't heard much about the reserves from Moody's, I'll be honest with you. What we hear about is OPEBs, our unfunded liabilities and OPEBs and pensions. And so we have used our free cash to go into OPEBs and the pensions in the past. And I think that's helped us with Moody's. But to some extent, we did that at the expense of being more aggressive on the reserves. So I just wanted to make those comments. But what the bottom line is, I'm not happy that we haven't met our 10%, and we had plenty of cues to get it up to that point, and we didn't. So thanks to BFAC for recognizing that, and we're going to work forward on that in the future. And this is what we will do going forward. We will reach after our policy with definitions, so it's very clear what's going to be included in the revenues and what are reserves. We will include our assumptions and actually make a formal projection every year in the financial plan, how we think we're going to get, where we think our reserves are going to be. We will recommend allocating an amount in any future override plan to maintain those existing reserve ratios. And as I said in the beginning, we will appropriate some or all of our free cash necessary to meet this reserve policy directly into the stabilization fund. And we're going to start in fiscal 21 doing that with $2 million. And that's in addition to leaving the $2.6 million in free cash unappropriated. So did want to make very clear about that reserve policy. And I'm going down to the advisory committee and I'm sure to answer some challenging questions in that area. At this point, I think I would like to take my leave and go downstairs and begin that presentation.
Can I just add something before you go?
Yes.
A lot of the proposals coming out of BFAC, I don't think can be considered final proposals. or final decisions. I mean, I hope that we're going to come to a conclusion as a select board out of the discussions we're having over the next 3 meetings. I mean,
Yes.
I don't disagree with most of the recommendations of BFAC, but that we have to accept them as a part of a process, not just because someone presented them in front of us.
Well,
So-
thank you, Bernard. And you know, actually, I had gotten a preview of some questions from the advisory committee. One of the things they're going to ask me is, well, can't you do more? Can't you do more of the BFAC? And I'm going to say exactly that. I said, the BFAC was a committee appointed by the select board. The report was to the select board. The select board has also already identified a series of meetings and hearings, if you will, about the BFAC report. And I'm not going to get ahead of this policy board. So unfortunately, you know, I'm going to have to leave. Melissa will be here to do the remaining part of the presentation, answer questions, and I'll try to be back up before the end of the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I want to echo, before Justin leaves, I want to echo the thanks that Mel gave him. This was certainly a very challenging budget year, especially implementing new software. Then he also got the flu, so that kind of just added some additional pressure trying to get the document out the door. But we're very excited about OpenGov and what it will be able to do for our budget going forward. I think year one, we were very focused on making sure that the product worked, that it worked well with the departments, and that you know, the numbers were in the system the right way. Year two and beyond, we're going to be looking to make it easier to work with, make it prettier, and then use additional functionality that the system has. And can already see that it's going to be making things a lot easier year two and going forward. The current, I can't believe we've spent this much time without budgeting software, because it is a very labor-intensive process prior to using the system. It was several, you know, Word and Excel documents and files in all different areas. So I'm very excited to kind of have everything in a compact place, and I'm hoping that the interactive capabilities of the budget, which we'll be posting online tomorrow, will be something that people really dive into, because I think it's a really great thing to provide more information and more detail to people on the way that the money's spent. So just this part of the presentation, we talk a little bit about the long-range financial plan, which we talked to you about in December, but we also replicate within the financial plan and just put forward some of the assumptions that are in that plan. So we closed our budget gap for fiscal 21. I think at the time I was showing an $800,000 deficit on the town side. But we still have that problem of limited revenues and growing expenses. So in the long-range financial plan, you'll see deficits starting in fiscal 22 and culminating to a $23 million deficit in 2025. Now, obviously, we've talked about how each year we're legally obligated to close our budget gap. So the $23 million, while a little bit overstated, it is meant to demonstrate that there are issues that the town needs to work on, that continuing a maintenance of effort operation, there will be hard choices in order to balance the budget each year. So this is
Excuse me. Okay, so maybe I missed something here. What is the purpose of saying we're going to have a $23 million structural deficit in 2025?
It's essentially a warning signal to highlight that there are going to be decisions needed to be made before you get to that year in order to eliminate.
Okay, so I don't like the way that's put, because there is no way that we can legally get to a $25 or $23 million structural deficit in 2025. We can't do that legally, because
Right.
we are legally required every year to balance our budget.
It's a planning
So
exercise to highlight the challenges that are in front of us.
Right, but I think
in
it
the
needs to be
new town.
articulated in a way that is clearer to people than it is now, because it's being interpreted as we're looking at a $23 million deficit in 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
That's the headline in the tab. That's what people are looking at when they come and complain about how the town is out of control fiscally. So we have to figure out a better way of messaging this, of explaining this so it's clear what we're talking about.
Sure. Okay, so this slide here is a presentation of the full financial plan. So you have your general fund budget of $321 million. You add on your enterprise funds. We have support coming from the parking meter fund and from the cemetery trust fund for a total financial plan summary of $358 million. So this was the slide that Mel was alluding to earlier, where he showed a slide that showed the school department is approximately 34% of the budget. What we do is we take an exercise that we do annually for the school's end of the year report, where we get departments reporting to us the efforts that they spend on behalf of schools. So whether it be crossing guards, fire drills, snow removal, landscaping, we take all of those amounts and we project it into the 2021 budget going forward. So you can see that approximately 59.5% of our budget is actually spent on education-related services. This is another picture of the general fund summary, so you can see total revenue of $326 million. Then we have our non-appropriated expenses at $8.7 million. Once you deduct that, $317 million is available for appropriation. And then you can see the town side, 3.4%. The schools are increasing by 5.1%, and then we have our non-departmental, which is the largest piece of which is our benefits budget as well. So these are the changes in the local receipts, a lot of which Mel has covered. So you can see that local option tax is the largest one, and that is specifically marijuana. Increasing the parking meter rates by a quarter will allow the town to project $750,000 in additional revenue. We have refuse fees that will be increasing our what we're able to capture for solid waste and recycling efforts by $748,000. We had talked about the pilot for the Brigham and Women's Hospital. That's included in our pilot number. That's a big piece of that $520,000 increase. And then we have our general government. That is a combination. That is the host community mitigation revenue. We are increasing that based on the departmental request for mitigation, but we also have $800,000 going into a stabilization fund that we'll actually be creating at town meeting that will allow us to take that money and put it into a fund that then we can figure out the best way to spend that money on. So that will be a proposal on the warrant in May.
Is that the fund that Mel was mentioning, that the
Yes.
racial equity advancement?
I think we
funds
still
come out of?
need to have conversations about the legality of expending those funds, but I know that Mel, at the MMA conference, the Mass Municipal Association conference, had already started talking with some people from the Cannabis Control Commission, and I think, further efforts to, have those discussions and make sure that we're able to spend the money in that way would be really great. So free cash, Mel talked a little bit about the sequencing of free cash. So this just shows that the first item that we use our free cash for is to make sure that our general budget reserve is meeting its goal of 1% of prior year net revenue. So $699,000 is required in order to meet that target. We talked about the stabilization fund and unreserved fund balance, the combination of which $4.6 million using to try and achieve that 10% goal. And I think we're still talking about whether or not we want to keep that $2.6 million of free cash, leave it as unappropriated, or whether or not we want to further direct that into the stabilization fund. We have a target for our liability reserve, also 1% of prior year net revenue. $49,000 is required in order to meet that target. Our capital improvement program, we look to have our 6% of prior year net revenue coming from town general revenue, and then we use free cash to add to that to get to 7.5%. And so that is a $4.2 million number in order to meet that 7.5% target. The Affordable Housing Trust Fund, if there's a balance below $5 million in the fund, we are allocating $726,000, which represents 15% of what's available after meeting the first of the four buckets within the free cash policy. Once that is all exhausted, we look at what other liabilities the town might need to address and or additional CIP. In years past, we've allocated funds for OPEBs and pensions and workers' comp This year, given the pressure of the CIP, especially with the Clark Road lease, that $4 million really just helped us kind of hold the line with what was currently in the CIP. So this slide just shows a little bit of history with fund balance, so you can see the difference between just general fund balance and unreserved fund balance. So you can see the changes over time, and the 8.64 number that was referenced in the BVAC report. Now, given the history of the changes in fund balance and also looking at our recommendations around the $2 million number, we're currently projecting that potentially could get us to 9.52. And I think our goal is to work to refine those projections and make sure that, the following year, we're even more certain of the amount that would be required in order to meet that target.
So why, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to make sure, we were talking about terms earlier. So we're talking about the unreserved fund balance. Is that the same as the stabilization fund?
So a stabilization fund is you could have multiple stabilization funds for multiple purposes. The town has had a stabilization fund that essentially acts as like a rainy day fund. And we are going to create another stabilization fund that is specifically for the marijuana post-community revenue.
Right, okay.
Other communities sometimes have a stabilization fund around capital improvements. But the stabilization fund that I'm referring to is a component of how the town hits that undesignated fund balance.
All right, that's the one on the previous page, the free cash page
Yes,
that you were mentioning. All right.
yes.
Yeah, I think this is where some folks might end up getting lost because we call it the rainy day fund, a stabilization fund, and then also the unreserved balance fund.
And I
So,
think
yeah.
the terminology, even in the financial statements, has changed over the years as well. But this is the unreserved fund balance that we've been talking about.
And we don't really have a rainy day fund, as people usually use that term.
So what I've been talking with Paul Sainer and Minnie Kalari from BFAC is that, I think when we adopted the policy in 2011, we probably never should have taken a growth target off the stabilization fund. It used to actually have a formula that allowed that fund to continually get revenue. And we should be looking at that fund as a tool that helps us achieve that 10%. And, keep adding money in it until we hit that target, and then talk about what we want to do going forward to go above and beyond that as well.
Now, something I didn't talk about when I made my presentation on the audit, because I didn't want to get too deep into the weeds, but maybe I should have, and that is, why are you using this 8.64% as the unreserved fund balance ratio?
So
Because that was where, budgetary revenues versus modified accrual revenues differ.
Yep.
And I don't see the justification for using modified accrual revenues, because it includes an accrual of this teacher, teacher retirement monies that is just there sort of as a phantom. I mean, it's not really money that's in our budget or in our coffers.
So I think that we agreed collectively to work with the BFAC group on the appropriate measure, and I think that we are okay using their metric, because even if that pass-through is part of the equation, it's still a conservative way of trying to provide reserves for the town.
Okay.
So
But again, I think we need to make clear, that we're overstating it in order to be more conservative, as opposed to, suggesting that number is a real number.
This shows the growth on the expenditures side, so you can see the school department as the leader here, followed by our special appropriations, and then our debt service, and then our benefit budget as well. Town department's growing by $2.7 million. The pension fund, Mel had already highlighted and touched on. It's the same schedule for fiscal '20. It's in effect for the next 2 years. Still assuming our full funding date of 2030, and free cash was added last year, so the growth is a little bit less than that 7.85%, but our current funding schedule grows that line by 7.85% annually. This just shows some of the components of our OPEB funding plan, and this is also an area where we talk about that when the pension system's paid off, we are wanting to make sure that people are all kind of the same mind, that the pension funding, once we've reached full funding, would then revert to the OPEB schedule as well. This is just a quick summary that shows a snapshot of the components of the budget from property taxes, state aid, local receipts, and then the separate components on the expenditure side, schools, benefits, town departments. So you can see how we get to that $22 million increase. We have our enterprises here that just shows the changes between fiscal 20 and 21. So you can see $1 million in growth on the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund. That's primarily MWRA rates. We typically have a higher assumption, and then as we get closer to the rate setting process, we'll be revising those numbers in the budget. Golf Enterprise Funds, there is a decrease in fiscal 21, and that's primarily because in fiscal 20, we actually paid off a loan that the golf course had earlier than planned for, I think, losses that happened back in the early 2000s, that the fund balance in the golf course was such that we thought it would be wise to get rid of that liability earlier, sooner rather than later, especially given the course improvements that they want to take on the long term. Rec revolving fund, this is also to support some of the programs that are recreation related, from the pool to the skating rink and the early childhood center as well. CIP is a component of our financial plan. When we have our individual departmental reviews, which will start up next week, we will make sure that you're aware of the individual CIP projects that each department is responsible for. So when we presented the CIP back in December, I think the hour was so late that we spared department heads from coming to talk about their projects. So I think they'll be very excited to talk about their CIP and their operating budget at the same time.
We're trying to move our meetings along much quicker these days, so hopefully that won't happen again.
Yep. This is just a summary of our funding, so you can see how we calculate what funding is available for our CIP. And of the 6% policy, we try and have a target of 4.5% of debt and 1.5% of cash projects. Then you layer free cash on top of that, and then the debt exclusions also get added, so you can see how we get to that 12.9% number that Mel had referenced earlier. These are some of the major projects that are in the CIP. So Pierce, obviously, we don't have a construction number for that project, but we are still in partnership with MSBA on how we're defining that project. Classroom capacity was a real challenge in the CIP, and making sure that we could accommodate the Clark Road lease, and we'll be talking more about that with the school department. We have some park projects in the out years, the Amory tennis courts, fire station renovations. When we put out the preliminary CIP in December, we thought that we would be timed for a debt exclusion in fiscal 21, but given where we are with Newberry and all the other projects that we're doing, we decided to advance schematic design with existing funds for 2 fire stations that will give us the information that we need to potentially put a debt exclusion for fire station renovations in the fiscal 22 budget. So we'll, as those studies progress and we have more information, that's something that we'll keep the board updated on as well. So this is the snapshot of the forecast, and where we just talk about the out years of the CIP. And Bernard, you know, obviously I understand you not wanting to put out a larger number than what the reality will be, but I think that the structural gap is real. It's something that we need to discuss and figure out over the long term what measures we're going to need to do in order to right-size the budget and come in, you know, with what we're able to accommodate. So, and this is just another illustration of the challenges that we're going to be facing in the next few years as well.
Okay, any questions from the board?
And you'll be having departmental reviews of all these budgets every week. The online interactive version will be launched tomorrow. I will send you a link when it's up and ready. I really want you guys to dive into it because I think it's a really cool product. And you know, we'll be continuing to talk about all the components of the budget for the next few months, and looking forward to that.
Good. A lot to digest, along with the BFAC report, which we're going to be discussing over the next 3 meetings. And the two should be seen together. both in terms of, what the BFAC report informs us about the budget process, as well as things that maybe we want to question and come up with a different approach to from the BFAC report. So.
Yeah, let me just say that the one number that sticks out to me is the fact that the increase in the municipal budget is 3.4%, being driven by contractual obligations and normal cost of existing services, cost increases of existing services. And we know very well the limitations that Proposition 2.5 puts on us. And just the mismatch between 3.4% and 2.5+%, I think, is what's driving that long-term structural gap. So, of course, we're under legal obligation to meet that gap and make tough decisions, but it's a real number that we need to solve for. And what's driving it is that just mismatch between normal cost escalation and what we can increase our revenues by.
My point was we are forced to solve it every single year. So.
Correct,
Okay.
but we need to
Yeah.
think about the long term. We can't go year by year and solve structural deficits of $3, $4, $5 million. It needs to be a planned filling of that gap.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is appropriate for Melissa or maybe a question for legal counsel, but the classroom capacity, Clark Road property, I've heard musings that there's a warrant article that might propose to get us out of that lease. Have you heard that, and what kind of ramifications would that have for this budget projection?
So I had heard that early on. I think that after meeting with the school committee and explaining to them the challenges that are in the CIP, and then also just the challenges that would come with violating a contract for no fault of the vendor that we've engaged with, I think that would have some pretty dire consequences. I haven't heard lately that that's still something that people are entertaining, but I would discourage against that for legal reasons, and just that I think that would cause pause on other multi-year contracts. That I would worry about the ripple effect of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
I got to run downstairs.
Okay. Okay. Well, a lot to chew on and digest, and hopefully we're successful. Okay, boards and commission interviews. Boylston Street Corridor Study Committee. First, Deborah Brown. Please introduce yourself, although we all know you, but tell us why you'd like to be a member of this committee.
Hi, my name is Deborah Brown. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 1, and I am interested in joining the Route 9 Corridor Development Committee because I see it as part of a frontier of sorts for Brookline in terms of economic development opportunities, and under that I include housing as well as business and commercial endeavors, and within that we can tack on recreation, green space as well. So I just see it as a great opportunity to sort of, just take a step back, and there's a real opportunity there. So that's the very quick answer.
So the question I've asked pretty much everyone is, I hope that this corridor does not become a beautiful avenue of Brookline, starting at Washington Street. I hope that we have some way of incorporating what's behind Washington Street, particularly the public housing authority properties, into either both the planning as well as the ultimate design of the corridor. Do you have any thoughts or recommendations along those lines?
Well, I was looking at some of the maps for the entire corridor, And so my whole thing was, if you sort of start at the beginning of it, and close to the beginning, you are looking at a fair amount of Brookline's public housing. And if you go one block and the further you go up the hill, there are real people with real disadvantages. It's not just, there are a fair number of apartment dwellers or condo dwellers as you go one block in on either side of Route 9. Then you've got folks that are sort of tucked away behind the railroad tracks. We can't forget them. And as we start, any kind of conversation, whenever I've been involved in economic development, one of the things that you do is you engage in a design shred. And so you bring in the people in the suits, and you bring in the people that iron the suits. But everybody comes in with a perspective. And as long as people are going to live there, then you give them a hearing. So, one of the things that's really interesting about the affordable or public housing over there, Brookline Housing Authority properties, is that there's a way you could actually look at that as underutilized. I mean, severely underutilized, especially when you look at the two-story housing. You know what I'm talking about? It just goes up 2 stories, and it is really old. And if you walk around the back, you can see where it's really deteriorated. There's a lot of underfunding. If you talk to Patrick Dober, he would tell you that there are real opportunities there. And so if you thought about maybe going up there higher, some of that housing is actually senior citizens housing. I don't know how they get up and down the stairs. And so to me, there are real growth opportunities for low-income people just in terms of housing benefits. I think that one of the things that I think we need to ask and get answered is, as we are devising any kind of strategy, you look at the transportation piece, we ask the question, well, what does it mean for people who don't have cars? How does that play out? Or, I was in Bridgeport, Connecticut one time, and I thought, well, how bad can it get? At a minimum, you can afford a bike. That was my middle class background. I was wrong. Not everybody has a bike. So not only is the street not safe for cyclists, but there are people that are so poor that they can't afford a bike. So there's the transportation issue, and then there's the economics of how you even get people to avail themselves of the transportation that's even there. Lastly, the jobs that get created around there. We have to get better about how do we ensure that this is a town that doesn't best provide employment for those best able to get employment. We have to get better about securing employment for people. I sometimes say that, maybe God and time forgot for any number of reasons, bad luck, health, that we include them in this breadbasket of opportunities, and Route 9 is one of those areas. If we can't get it right there, I'm not sure how we'll ever get it right here in Brookline. So there's about 5 or 6 pieces to that answer, but.
So let me start at the macro and try and pick up on what you just said. I'm wondering, at a high level, what you think the output of this committee is. Is it design guidelines? Is it a master plan? Is it a proposal to rezone? And the specific is, what do you mean by providing opportunities for those that need a job, or for those that aren't able to easily find employment? What do you think? What role do you think this committee has in furthering that goal?
My macro answer is that I will bring a value set to this committee. And part of that value set is informed by what I've seen in my personal and professional background, that there are a lot of poor people out there and they're hurting. In terms of the mission of this group, I take that from you all. And if you all say, I've read the studies and a fair amount of work's been done. In fact, I don't know, maybe it was 4 years ago, I sat in on some listening group and we were asked, what do you see development like along Route 9? And I told them way back then. And so things have progressed along. So I guess I would almost flip back to you guys, but I would do it in a way, and I would say, if you had your strategic hat on, what do you want the area to look like? I mean, do you want it to look like the Fenway area with a timeout? Or, do you want it to look like something closer to Harvard Square 10 years ago? I mean, what's your vision? Or do you want it to look like a sleepy town sort of center that has its own sort of town center feel? But what is it that you want, and how do you want us to help influence that discourse?
Well, speaking just for myself, I see this committee as an arm of community engagement. So I think it's less about what we want and more about what the community wants as articulated to this study committee.
Well, then that's much easier for me to do. I mean, I've got a background in that. I mean, I know how to sit there and, listen. I know how to sit there and be beaten, and thank people for it. So, but a lot of it is just thoughtfully listening and making sure that you go to the places where people may not always show up. I will say, though, that this process actually has had more community engagement than a lot of projects that I've seen undertaken in this town. And some of the recommendations that I saw were largely driven by community people saying, what is this actually going to look like? I might expand it, try to include more people, but I think there's a message there already that there's a role there for the public. And I mean that with a big P.
So any more questions?
You talk about pedestrian access. This is something that everybody struggles with. It's a state road, so we have some control, but not a lot. What kinds of improvements would you like to see in order to, make it more pedestrian friendly, if at all possible?
Well, we could look at everything from some areas, if there's a high child traffic area, in particular where you have some of the public housing, because we know we have kids that go back and forth. Instead of just relying on a light, maybe you do an over ramp. There was one there. I don't think it's there anymore. Is there? Pardon me?
We took it down.
Yes.
Way
So-
too ugly.
Down for several years.
Yeah. So maybe it comes back. I saw some of the drawings that really talked about, maybe you put more of an emphasis on bus traffic. It's more police out there, slowing down traffic. The problem is that has got to be, I used to take it in from Newton, and that was probably, that was my lifeblood to get into work, and even coming from Chestnut Hill to downtown, it could take an hour and a half on a bad day. The transportation studies had some options in terms of where to place certain crosswalks and add crosswalks and add and change the kind of lighting that's there. I don't know. I'm the kind of odd duck. I would actually go back and say, all right, well, who has the best pedestrian models in the world? You know, what are they doing in Denmark? What are they doing in Singapore? Let's figure out who has the best. Not who has the best in this country, but who has the best. And then let's figure out, because we are talking about an incredibly high traffic area, and whether we like it or not, the density is only going to increase. So let's get the density model numbers, so that they're at least somewhat accurate, and begin to do the kind of overlay so that we know what we're talking about. And we're not talking about, well, let's get 70% of the best, but let's go for absolutely the best. And maybe maybe Heather, we say, oh, well, we can't really afford this. But, one thing about, the U.S. Department of Transportation, they have this wonderful thing called grants. And if you're willing to take the time to pilot something, every now and again, they'll be willing to fund it. And it might actually behoove us to just, say if it's enough of a priority for us, this may be one of the areas that we do it. Because I do think it's got to be one of our trickiest pedestrian areas in Brookline. And so, two things, I'd look for some real money, but I'd also look for the gold standard.
Okay. Thank you. In a few days, Mr. Fernandez and someone else is going to get together with a process to finally select members, and we'll be in touch. Okay.
Do you all want to hear anything about my background, my professional background? Would that be
You've submitted your materials.
Your resume.
Okay, well,
And we've gotten your resume many times.
it hasn't seemed to
And
matter.
we've read them.
Okay, thank you.
Wendy Mackmiller? So tell the TV audience who you are and why you want to be on this committee.
Okay. Can you hear? Am I
Yeah.
speaking in? Okay. All right. TV audience, hello. Good evening. My name is Wendy Mockmuller. I moved to Brookline in 2003 in part because of the walkable communities, access to green space, and public transportation, the safe neighborhoods, and the geographic proximity to Boston. I've lived on Walnut Street for the past 13 years in Precinct 5 and have been a highly engaged citizen in my neighborhood and in the community. I've been a town meeting member for 4 years, and I am up for re-election in May. Vote for me. I've been on the board of the High Street Hill Association for 4 years, and 3 of those years I've been the president and still am. I have served on the River Road Study Committee, which sort of, I guess, has set a little bit of a precedent for this committee. And then on the Design Advisory Team for the Hilton Hotel, and then also on the DAT for 20 Boylston, both under construction right now, as most people know. Most recently, I served as a co-chair with Tom Nally on the Boylston Street Visioning Group. I have a background in commercial interior design, having worked on several lead projects at different firms in Boston. Then I transitioned into sustainability, working with some nonprofit organizations. Currently, I work for the town and the Department of Public Health. I've been a resident, a town employee, and a town meeting member, and being engaged, I feel like I have this three-dimensional kind of perspective of what's going on in the town, what people are looking for, and certainly people in my neighborhood. So I'm interested in serving on the Boylston Street Corridor Study Committee because I do want to continue work that I've already started with a wonderful group of people. I feel like I still have much to contribute to that, having been through the initial process from this committee. And again, I live in the neighborhood that abuts Boylston Street. So our neighborhood, High Street Hill, is very active overall and very active in the various construction projects and other things going on in the neighborhood. I engage with my neighbors constantly. Both in my role as president of the High Street Hill and just because of being involved in so many different projects. So I have a good pipeline to people in the neighborhood and sort of getting a pulse of what people are, people's concerns, what people are looking for. And then again, also because I'm in the neighborhood, I walk down Boylston all the time. I have to say that I haven't historically enjoyed walking down Boylston. I tend to, if I'm headed to town meeting or someplace else, I will make a point to go down Walnut Street. It's quite lovely and quiet. But since I became involved in the committee a couple of years ago with Tom and Trevor and the rest of the group, I have been forcing myself to walk down Boylston Street to really to get the human perspective. I mean, it's much different when you walk down Boylston Street, as you know, than when you're in a car flying down, trying to blow through the red lights or, you know, so it's two different perspectives. And so I've looked at the residential areas, you know, the commercial areas, and I see so much opportunity. So that is also why I force myself to continually go down there, because I think we have this great chance to hopefully make the corridor less of a car-centric corridor and hopefully gravitate and evolve towards more of a human-centric area. That's a little bit of my background. Those are some of the things I'm interested in working on.
Okay, let me ask you the same question I'm asking everyone, maybe from a different angle. I hope this committee studies the history of that whole area. And what I'm a little concerned about is that what happened to that working class neighborhood where the Brook House is would happen to the BHA housing in one way or another. I mean, not necessarily raising it, but changing it in a way that really undermines the character of that community and hurts the people. So give me your ideas how we can prevent Boylston Street from becoming a beautiful avenue that includes a gentrified, base at, where the public housing authority houses are.
Sure, that's a good question. Actually, that's not the vision that I have for it, is for it to become a overdeveloped or gentrified. I personally think, and I said this too when we were doing one of our outings, one of the walks down Boylston, looking at different sections and what we see, what we like, what could be changed, what could be better, et cetera. I like the diversity between some of the houses, actual single family or double, triple family homes, along with the commercial aspects. So here's a good example, Lamora. Who doesn't love Lamora? It's a great little old house with a viable business inside. There's another business down the street called La Carta, and that is in an old house, and it's a cute little business. And I've talked to people who live there right now, and who live on Boylston. I met someone recently at the dog park, and she had just moved on Boylston Street to Brookline on Boylston Street a couple of months ago. And she said, "Oh, I really love it. It's just," she was from New York City. She said, "I love it. I love the noise, the vibrancy." And I thought, wow, that's really interesting to hear that perspective, because I personally wouldn't like that. But this is why it's so important to hear from the people that are there right now, and to hear what they like about it and what could be changed. So there's that area back there, Cameron Street, and some of the other ones, I forget all the names of them. But we talked about at the very beginning of this committee that was really crucial, really critical to keep that neighborhood intact, because it serves a middle income demographic as well. As for Brookline Housing Authority, I very much think that they should be partners in this. When I put the team, well, I helped put the team together. I pulled a lot of the community members together based on proximity to Boylston as well as their skills, et cetera. And I had hoped to get someone from BHA on that committee. I think Matt Baronis was too busy to do it, but I think working with him or someone else, or Sheila O'Flattery, who works with a lot of the different housing developments, is really important. And so I see also as a community engagement component to reach out to the individual housing developments. Again, we did try to do this on the initial corridor study, but I have some ideas about going to 22 High Street, for example, and maybe coming up with some fun activities. You know, we always try to get people to come here for meetings, and we all know that that doesn't always work. Schedules, people aren't interested, are not interested. So taking working groups to them, I think, would be important. I've never heard of it being even discussed that the housing developments would be on consideration to go away.
Oh, no, they're never discussed.
Yeah,
Until it
well,
happens.
I don't think that would be the charge of this group. I certainly wouldn't promote that at all. And also, for example, the Veterans Apartments. So Veterans Apartments down there at the other end of High Street is in Precinct 5. So Tom Nally, he's the president of Greater Point Neighborhood Association, and myself, we've talked about doing a joint event with the association, with Veterans Apartments to try to get people engaged. And so that's another place we could take some of these small working groups. I think that's one. I think going to people, maybe having something like neighborhood ambassadors, for example. Say someone from the Camden Street area could be the ambassador. Whether I think there's someone that's interviewed to be on this committee from that neighborhood, but for example, someone in that neighborhood could always be the sort of the point person. Someone from 22 High Street, someone from the Veterans Apartments, and to really try to get this collective dialogue happening about what we all think and would like to see happen on this corridor.
Great. Any other questions? Ms. Heller? Oh, I'm sorry. Any other questions?
I admire your engagement in the community, and I see how many, issues that you're concerned about, so I think that's great.
Thanks. Well, it is hard. I think we're always struggling to get more people engaged, but I think when there's an important issue, so for example, hi, Megillah. So, NETA was a big issue in our neighborhood, of course. And I have to say, one of the silver linings of, there was a lot of animosity amongst neighbors, in fact, and it was a terrible place to be. Neighbors pitting themselves against neighbors. It was just terrible. And we're all past, I think we're past that. But I have to say, one thing that came out of it was that people got engaged. People were fired up, whether they are fired up for or against, there was about half and half, but that was a lesson to me that if people are excited about something or concerned about something, if we can find a way to talk to people about, hey, this is your neighborhood, what do you want? I think more people will come out. That's my hope.
Great. Any other questions? Thank you, Indy.
Okay.
As like I said, Mr. Fernandez is going to pull together the process for selecting members of the committee, and we'll be in touch.
Okay.
So next, Scott Englander.
So we've got 4 more interviews,
Yeah.
just for people who are here for an approximate 8 p.m. hearing.
Right. So, and if we don't ask you a lot of questions, it's not because we're not interested in you, but we don't have a lot of time for those other people who are going to be interviewed. Yes, Scott, introduce yourself to our TV audience and tell us why you're interested in this committee.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. Scott Englander. I have, improving Boylston Street has been a passion of mine for many years, and I'll say a little bit about why. But just in terms of background, I've lived in Brookline, raised a family in Brookline Village for much of my 28 years here in town. And most of that's been within 1 to 3 blocks of Boylston Street. So I'm attuned to some of the unique history and perspectives that have helped shape Brookline and the physical form of this area in particular, and the urban planning framework. I've served on the Boylston Street Visioning Group in 2018, participated in charrettes that happened before that, and read the more recent relevant studies around it, such as Bringing Back Boylston from 2015, and just from this past January, the CTPS corridor study that was recently issued. And I've attended a number of the River Road Committee meetings. I was a transportation board member for almost 5 years and liaison to the Public Transportation Advisory Committee for those 5 years. Actively contributed to many of the board's deliberations around streetscape designs in this area in particular. For instance, Gateway East, the Children's Hospital, 2 to 4 Brookline Place, transportation demand management, parking, and other issues that are going to be pertinent to this committee. I've also been a town meeting member in Precinct 6 from 2016 to the present, and am running for re-election. And half of this study area falls within my precinct. So I'd like to be able to represent the interests of my constituents here. I also initiated the formation and co-chaired the Complete Streets Study Committee, which developed the town's Complete Streets policy, which was adopted by the Board of Selectmen at the time, as it was called, and ranked number 3 in the nation among 220 Complete Streets policies passed in 2016. So I think there's a really great potential to turn what's currently a liability for the town and the surrounding neighborhoods into a vibrant mixed-use area that benefits the town and the surrounding area economically and culturally in a way that improves equity, health, and access for those whose lives are currently negatively impacted by the conditions there. And I really look forward to helping to meet those challenges. I'm particularly interested in the tremendous opportunity for the street to be a vibrant public space that connects people, and for us to be able to dismantle the invisible barrier that it now creates, separating our community and our neighborhoods. I think there's a great deal of promise that the town's collaborating with MassDOT through the MPO process has for finding and advocating for creative solutions to streetscape design that can improve walkability and multimodal access and the quality of the public realm there, transforming what's currently a vehicle-centric suburban highway into a human-scale urban boulevard. Likewise, I think there's potential here. Brookline's traditional zoning relies on setbacks and heights and floor area ratio, and that has failed this corridor in many ways. And I'm interested in exploring the potential for a form-based zoning overlay that would result from a public process that would encourage a mix of uses, shape the streetscape, promote walkability, and achieve the desired character through design recommendations and guidelines. And I could talk about a bunch of issues, but you have limited time, so I'll take questions.
So let me ask you the same question.
Sure.
Give me your ideas on how we can ensure that the avenue, the beautiful avenue going up Route 9, is at least perceived as including the Brookline Housing Authority properties, and that those people are incorporated into the process.
Sure. Well, have a couple of ideas about that. certainly with, I think inclusive community engagement is really essential. I think one thing we found is that our typical public engagement process isn't very effective at being inclusive and getting a diversity of voices and perspectives. And, it's for people to come out to meetings like this that happen at the same time, when they have kids and maybe they're working a second job. It's not always possible, but not only that, because the people who get up to speak at the mic are often not the ones that that you're talking about trying to engage, it can be very intimidating and not a process that lends itself to that. So I agree with some of the previous comments about really going into the community. I think there are much more successful examples of community engagement that don't involve public meetings, but that involve things like open houses, where you go into a place and you set up, say, 6 stations around the room that have staff at them that can explain what some of the conceptual ideas are, or collect input and have one-on-one conversations with people. Those tend to be really less antagonistic kinds of interactions. And conceivably one or more of those events could be held at the Housing Authority and could include a charrette of type of exercise of the kind that we've had before. But also, I think that it's critical that part of the footprint, so to speak, of the design area really has to be incorporated in the design. And I think, so it's not just about engagement, but it's about thinking, well, what could be better there? So I agree with Deborah that certainly there is more potential there than for housing even than is currently being utilized by 2-story buildings. But also, I think we really have to think about the potential for mitigation funds to be able to be used to, for various kinds of improvements around public space that could benefit the public housing, as well as thinking about the kinds of what we want to see as part of Boylston Street design in terms of third places where people can gather outside of work and home, and capital infrastructure improvements such as public space that are funded by some of the development there that can help really provide a welcoming public environment for people. And finally, one last thing, which is that, there's been some discussion of gentrification, but gentrification, if it doesn't, it's really, you certainly want to avoid creating a place where people no longer feel welcome, but you also want to avoid displacement, where the town is actively going out, trying to make it possible for people who may be displaced to really become members of whatever future development replaces, if any, of what's there now.
Any other questions, Mr. Franco?
So it sounds like a lot of what you're advocating for is what happened on the Emerald Island with the River Road Study Committee, where we came up with zoning and design guidelines for the public realm in addition to the building, and that River Road process fell into a broader articulated strategy for this corridor of development nodes. So you sort of bookend the corridor and hope for infill development. Do you think that continues to be an effective strategy in this corridor?
I think there was a lot about that process that was very effective, and we've only begun to see the potential impacts of it. I think that the rest will be coming very shortly. In terms of what the deliverables for this committee are, certainly zoning's got to be one of them, design guidelines or requirements, but also things like recommendations around capital infrastructure improvements that could be funded by some of the development, or policy or regulatory changes that we would need to create incentives for the kinds of positive changes that we want to see. I think there's a parallel process going on that we really need to connect with, which is what's going on at the MPO right now, the corridor study. CTPS released, 300-page report of a study that it's the initial study that it's done. I went to the meeting at which that was presented. Aside from town staff, I was the only member of the public to comment on that study. I think I have some really serious concerns about what's proposed and the way the study was done, and some really glaring gaps in the study and things that were just left out or not considered or being looked at from a perspective. We have an opportunity here to really, right now, it's the reason Boylston Street is a big reason why it's in the state it's in is because it's being used as a traffic sewer. And that's not necessary. I think if the town were to get out and advocate for some really creative solutions there to the public way design, I think certainly the MPO would be receptive, and it's moving toward a TIP funding process now. So there's going to be money available to implement whatever solution comes out of this, and that it's critical that that really be done in a coordinated fashion with this process. I don't know if that answered your question.
So hopefully this will be a quick question.
Okay.
But given your experience on the Transportation Board and your background, sections of Route 9 are not within our jurisdiction, they're the jurisdiction of the state. What kind of challenges do you anticipate this committee not having full jurisdiction over that road?
Well, I think certainly that is a challenge. And I think participation in the MPO process, both through staff and through members of the public, I think is a way to do that. There are so many creative solutions. I mean, basically, the highway has to transition from highway to urban fabric somewhere. And where that happens now, which is at Washington Street, is completely arbitrary. There's no reason for that to happen now. It happened there. It should be happening much further out. And so I think there's a very good argument to be made, both economically and also in terms of environmental impacts, for that to be more of an urban boulevard with shade trees and all the kinds of things that could make it a better, more people-centric environment. It's not going to reduce traffic. Whatever is done with the design is not going to have a tremendous negative impact on traffic. In many of these situations, we see that traffic simply goes away when you make a space more focused on people than on cars. I'm not going to go into the range of things that could be done there, but keeping people from illegally speeding from red light to red light is going to save lives and make an environment more vibrant and more a place where you want to go to, not just get through as a person. But it's not going to have any. I think the state in its transportation planning now is really moving in that direction.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Scott. And like I said, we'll be going through a process to staff this committee soon.
Great, thank you.
If I can just, just for, especially since we have such a great crowd tonight, and for folks watching at home, just to add a little bit of context here is as you've heard through a lot of the questioning and from the three terrific people that we had interviewing tonight, this is an interesting, complicated, exciting half a mile stretch of our town. In which we're talking about some space controlled by the state, some by us, and a large portion of it by private individuals at this point. And so this is an exciting problem for us, but I also want to make sure that we put into focus, there's what we want to happen there. We're going to try to create the conditions for what members of community, for what we as people from Brookline want to see in that space, and we're going to have to do a lot of partnering with a lot of folks to try to work to make that happen. And I will say this: it's not just about going up. I was thinking as we were talking about sort of those small homes, which are businesses. One of my favorite streets in the U.S. is Rainey Street in Austin, where you have a number of basically homes that have been turned into restaurants and places like that. You pop in from one to the next. If you've been out there, if you haven't, go check it out. There's a lot we can do that isn't just about going up, although that may be part of what we're looking at doing too. And as Mr. Franco mentioned, the opportunity to these nodes that you were talking about, to build at some point along that half-mile stretch stuff at larger scale, but we don't need to do that along the entire stretch. I'm certainly, I don't know, it's like the kind of environment that, I don't think that's going to make that stretch much more walkable or the kind of place where people feel a sense of community if that's all we do there. So know that this is complicated, but it's also the fun kind of complicated, I think, where we're going to be engaging you all, members of the community, those folks especially who live in the area, but also others who might potentially want to come visit whatever ends up being there, shop at whatever ends up being there, walk by whatever ends up being there. And so we're going to be engaging that community as well as the larger Brookline community in a robust discussion about that area, and I hope you will all participate. Thanks.
Okay, next, Cannabis Mitigation Advisory Committee. Michaela Bell, I'm sorry.
This is the Brookline Village parking.
Okay, my agenda is an old agenda, apparently.
Let's make sure. Which one are you applying for?
Okay.
Just make it extra exciting. No, I am indeed applying for the Brookline Village Park.
Okay, so there's a typo in my agenda. So.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, thank you so
Okay,
much.
so introduce yourself and why you want to be on this committee.
Sure. My name is Michaela Bell. I'm the Community Outreach Manager and Netta Cares Manager at Netta, just down the street. You might be familiar with our business.
I've heard
But
of it.
I am indeed applying for the Brookline Village Parking Benefit District Advisory Board. And the reason why I'd like to be a part of this advisory board is because I love a challenge. And I've been consistently hearing that parking can sometimes be a beautiful thing here in the village, but can also be a challenge. I focus on community outreach here in the village. So I've been personally involved with some of the conversations between our neighbors, our businesses, and the like in the community. I've been active in the Brookline Village Business Association meetings that meet once a month, and as well as the Brookline Chamber meetings as well. So I hear of a lot of successful parking situations and some what people would call undesirable parking arrangements. I also had worked pretty closely with Lyft and Uber to help rearrange some of the points on the map to help bring the community together and have a clearer understanding. But what I really think that I can bring to the table is some of my excitement and some of my organization in external and internal communication to the community and setting clear guidelines on, where we can park, where we can't park, other creative ways to establish parking in the neighborhood, as well as utilizing an effort to maximize on local transportation that we have here. Many of the neighbors have called this the walking community, and it's easy to walk from shop to shop and have a really great sense of community, and I want to continue to have that feel here, but also invite outside visitors in a way that is productive and not destructive to the community. So again, pushing efforts to utilize our great teas. We have an updated tea coming around. I've seen some of the new cars, which is really exciting. Our buses, there's so many that come to the village, so how can we really maximize on those? So I'd like to see a lot of collaborative efforts between the MBTA, the town, and the other businesses that I have great relationships with in the town.
Great. So, any questions?
You do approach it energetically, and that's a good thing.
Yes. It's a challenge, but I believe that, we can all work together to have some solutions. We've seen that one-on-one, even just working with some of the neighbors in the town. As Andy said.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. I want to ask a question that's a little bit off the topic, and that is that I happened to wait for someone who was picking something up at Netta, and I was in my car, and I had no place to park, and this was a Sunday. And I pulled in front of the Homewood Suites, and the very nice valet said, here's a parking card, and you can go into our facility and wait there for free. And I did, and it was empty.
Oh, yeah.
And I was shocked that it was so empty. I mean, there was like 3 cars in there and 20 spaces. And I'm just wondering, you know, this, I think somehow you have to get the word out.
Right.
That, because the village there was not a parking space anywhere. So I just would urge maybe Netta, maybe through this committee, maybe, you know, some way to get the word out that it's not a very far walk.
Oh, yeah.
And it's free.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I think that, too, with the implementation of our call center, a lot more calls are being directed towards these alternative parking areas versus just on the streets, which has been really helpful. So hopefully, you know, as people start to learn a little bit more, read some of the messages that we put out there, I think that it'll start to pick up a little bit more.
So we have definitely all heard that there is a place to park in Brookline Village, and that this is the place where, I mean, parking is just a premium. The businesses say that they're suffering because, you know, their customers will circle the block like for 5 to 15 minutes and they cancel because they can't find a place to park. One of the levers that we could potentially play with is, you know, playing around with the metered parking, either increasing the rates in order to increase turnover, or some businesses, especially restaurants, they don't want turnover as much. They don't want like everybody to turn over after an hour. They would like 2 or 3 hours at a meter because that's how long it usually takes to have dinner. From your perspective, you know, what are the trade-offs in trying to, you know, pull some of those levers? What would you like to see that you are not seeing there currently?
I think that in terms of the parking, I know what we experience a lot is, you know, kind of these taxi services, Uber, Lyft drivers that are just idling, and that is a big concern in terms of, you know, I also tend to Brookline, climate's everyone's business. So I know as a green initiative, that's also not exactly what we're hoping to have either. So developing some sort of hub, I know some of the neighbors had started to work together to see, you know, potentially one Brookline place. They have a lot of parking there. Could we create some spots so then they're not circling around in this area, they're all contained at least in one spot, similar to the airport, you know, they kind of have their Uber and Lyft hubs. So that would be something at least to start getting some of the temporary drivers, especially a lot of people are coming from the city. They want a quick in and out. So that might free up some of the spots. Maybe they're just lingering on the side of the road. They see Route 9, 2-hour traffic. Oh, I can stay here for a little bit, wait for someone, and then, you know, either cancel or not. So I'd say that at least that to start would be a great way to at least mitigate some of the congestion that's around that area. I know at the restaurants, you know, it has been a big issue, especially in the Brookline Village business meetings, that, you know, some spots are rented out to others and some spots, you know, they do have some parking or they at least get one spot. So I think that working with some of the businesses to maybe establish what is your desired space. Maybe they do have 2 spots reserved for them, you know, in front of their property. Or maybe they work, you know, we work together with some of the local parking lots that are in the area to develop either a partnership or other areas that they can start to guide customers. We can look at maybe some of their times of frequency. Like I know Lamora, for example, they had cut their lunch hours. Well, how much traffic were they experiencing? Was it because of the parking? I heard that it was because of the parking, but are there other measures that maybe, you know, we can capitalize on some of their busier times to a lot more parking? I know specifically on Walnut Street, they were looking at different permitting times. So from, you know, 6 to 10, it'll only be permit only. So are there ways that we can adjust even some of the residential streets, not restricting them, but just adding a little bit more clarity so people either know where exactly to go or how long they're able to actually park there?
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
And like the Boylston Street Corridor Committee, we will have a process for selecting members of this committee. Next, trustees of Walnut Hill Cemetery. Oh, this should be interesting. Randolph Micklejohn. Introduce yourself and why you're interested in this committee and what you think this committee is going to be doing.
My name is Randolph Micklejohn. I live on Cypress Street. My town service currently, or for the last couple of years, has mostly consisted of serving on the Zoning Board of Appeals. And I'm also a town meeting member from Precinct 5. So interesting to hear the whole discussion about Boylston Street, which I can see from my front porch. But when the opportunity on the cemetery trustees arose, what it really connected to was most of my earlier career in town service, going back over the past 20 years or more, which started with a member of this board in asking me if I would join her on the board of directors of the Friends of Hall's Pond, which is the original, open space Friends group in Brookline, which I did for about 9 years, which led to a seat on the Conservation Commission for 10 years, and finishing as chair, some of the same 10 years working with school children and teachers, doing gardening and tree projects at Lincoln School, and during the same time appointments like Carlton Street Footbridge, design review, things like that. So, open space and the fourth floor is really where I have the most knowledge of our facilities, of our resources, of professional staff, and really it's been a process of discovering the stakeholders that go with all of these places, because I think as someone, I've taken the approach that the opportunity is to find out what needs to be learned, changed, discovered, fixed about in the long relationship between each of these places in the town, these open spaces, and their stakeholders. That could be committed volunteers at the sanctuaries. That could be school children and teachers on the school grounds. Neighbors and property owners for conservation cases. So, when we move on to the cemeteries, it's the families of the dead, and it's kind of it's a long view. It's one I'm personally comfortable with. I come from a small town in New Hampshire where I will be buried. I'm the person in my family who lays out where someone goes in the family plot. Someone has to do that, but I'm the architect who knows how to measure and draw things. So, as I said in my letter, this is mostly an opportunity where I hope to use the combination of my skills as a designer. I'm an architect who's very knowledgeable about the landscape, especially historic environments, structures, and landscapes, as well as how the town functions, particularly on the fourth floor. And I'm looking forward to being outside.
So any questions? What issues, we have two funds, as I understand, the cemetery goods and services, I guess, fund, I'm not sure what it's called, and the care and protection fund. Do you have any views in terms of the issues that those two funds would present to the committee?
Not yet. I've sat in on 2 of the quarterly meetings of the committee, and the finance director came to one of them. It was the annual meeting where she presented the reports on the funds and on the investments. I'm just listening and learning about that part of it at this point. I was interested to see at Walnut Hill some steps in the direction of non-traditional burials of various kinds, some of which have interesting sustainability aspects, which include, communal, shared monument, along a wall type of burials. And I'm not sure whether the Director Galantine mentioned the town maybe looking into green burials. I know that's something that some communities have figured out how to allow. It gets very specific about the hydrology and the soils conditions at each site.
Any other questions?
I thought that I understood your background was in landscape.
People think that, but
Okay, so I'm wrong?
Yeah, no, I'm a registered architect. I know a lot about trees and the landscape, and I a lot of my practice projects were on university campuses, some of which are historic. For example, University of Virginia, which is a UNESCO site. So I've But I do have that orientation, so
Okay.
yes, that's an
Yeah, all
understandable
right. Well, but I know,
conclusion.
as a member of the zoning board of appeals, you're mostly concerned with architecture, but also,
Right, well,
open
there's
space.
a requirement, I am the one architect on that
Right,
board.
right, I know that.
I mean, the ZBA gig is more like what I do at work. I'm an architect who actually really likes to spend a lot of time with attorneys, and not all architects do. So, yeah, that's a built environment undertaking.
So
And, you know,
let
the
me just
cemetery is
ask-
built space too.
let me
But
just ask you, you're not planning to resign that in order to do this, right?
thank you, I am not.
Oh, thank you. Just wanted to make sure.
All right, yeah. Glad you asked.
So any other questions? No. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not sure what the process for selecting members of this committee is, but we'll come up with one. Lisa Farber.
Best policy.
Hello, I'm Lisa Farber. I've lived in Brookline for 24 years, and I serve as chairman of the Friends of the Old Burying Ground. So I'm really familiar with fundraising and preserving and conservation for the Old Burying Ground. And one of our board members, Nina Brown, is resigning. So Aaron thought it would be a nice, I'm a little nervous. I've never served on a committee in Brookline. But Aaron thought it would be a nice gesture to have continuity. So,
So you mentioned funding, and I'm sure that Walnut Hills could use an infusion of funds. I'm wondering where you would look for such funds. you
well,
know.
we raise our money for the Old Burying Ground from all the neighbors and do fundraising locally and work with the town.
So you don't have any magic grant sources?
No magic
Too bad.
answers, but we have a lot of people that are interested in care, preservation, so.
So how is the Care and Protection Fund funded? Is that, I thought that was funded by the town.
The Old Burying Ground?
Yeah.
We raise money, part money, and then some of the money from the town. So we work together.
In your application, you talk about an interest in green burials. I'm wondering if you can just expand on what your vision is for that.
Well, I know green burials are becoming much more common across the country. I sat in on the same meeting with Randolph, and it was nice to hear that that was something that Brookline was looking into. Other states are doing it. So, you know, a lot of people don't want to be embalmed, and, you know, I just think it's the way of the future, so.
I would agree. California has some very interesting practices, one of which my roommate wants to take advantage of, so she will be moving back to the West Coast at some point, where enough bodies buried on a plot of land then guarantees in perpetuity that it is protected open space.
Exactly, and in Virginia, they're doing the same thing, keeping open spaces, and, you know, I think it's a wonderful idea.
Legally buried on a plot of land.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or you can have your
Care about
ashes. You could also be cremated and made into a tree that would fit into the zone, so.
Interesting.
Okay. No cemetery jokes. Any other questions? Well, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, finally, discussion of draft zoning and general town bylaw for spring 2020 town meeting related to short-term rentals. Ms. Salco.
Good evening. I'm Polly Selko. I'm the Assistant Director of Regulatory Planning. Over the last year, a team of representatives, including the Building Department, the Fire Department, the Health Department, and Town Council's Office, have all been working together to draft a warrant article, or several warrant articles actually, for this town meeting that would permit short-term rentals, commonly known as Airbnbs, with certain limitations on them. So we've been working very hard, and we think we've come up with a couple of draft both general bylaws and town bylaws for you to consider submitting to town meeting. We've also had several meetings where we solicited input from the Brookline Neighborhood Association, from smaller focus groups, from Airbnb's operators themselves. You may wonder why the planning department has wanted to address short-term rentals now. And that's because there are already a lot of short-term rentals in the town, but they are not legal yet. Also, the state has passed legislation that would require registration of Airbnbs and also would tax them. And it's a little bit awkward for the town to be taxing things that are not legal. So the time is right now for addressing this issue. And as you may know, at the last town meeting, there had been a warrant article also addressing short-term rentals. And I think it was the view of town meeting that because we'd been working on something for quite a long time and still had some things to do to finish it up, that they would wait and hear what the town was going to propose. I'd like to introduce Victor Panic, who's been with the planning department for approximately 8 months. He's been a real asset to the department, and he has worked on, along with many others, including town council and people from planning, on drafting language for these warrant articles. And tonight, he's going to give a summary of what uses would be allowed and what the regulations would be for administering them and providing enforcement. So I'll introduce Victor to you.
Good evening. My name is Victor Panak. As Paula mentioned, I'm a planner with the Regulatory Division of the Planning Department. And just give me a second here to set up this PowerPoint.
Why don't we take a 5-minute break? Looks like there's some technical difficulties, and it's a good time to stretch our legs. Well, still, we're taking a 5-minute break.
Well, you don't know how loud that is because it's not.
Okay, got it fixed?
Yeah.
Good.
Well, it was fixed before the break.
I still wanted that break. Oh, okay. Talk directly into the mic. I think it's that people don't talk directly into the mic. Yeah. Okay. What's that?
Ready?
Let's go.
Hello? Okay. So again, my name is Victor Panak. I'm a planner with the Regulatory Division of the Planning Department, and I've personally been working on this set of regulations or proposed regulations for a few months, but it's been something that the Planning Department, in concert with the Building Department, the Fire Department, Health Department, and Town Council, have been working on for about a year, maybe probably more. So this is a presentation on the draft that we've come up with at this point. The first thing I'll do is sort of provide a definition for short-term rentals. Short-term rentals are generally defined as units or rooms that are rented out by a short-term rental operator through the use of advanced reservations. That requirement that they're reserved in advance actually stems from the state definition, which we would refer to in the definitions included in this bylaw. Short-term rentals are usually offered through some sort of online intermediary like Airbnb, hence the common term Airbnb, VRBO, HomeWay, Craigslist, and other sites that I'm less aware of. Short-term rentals have a variety of operating structures depending on the type, but they generally fall into 4 categories that are distinct from each other based on variations in the lodging offered, the presence of the operator, and the residence of the operator. So the 4 types that I mentioned, these are very general types, and it's not some legal list by any means, but these are categories that appear in several of the short-term rental regulations passed by our neighboring communities, and they would also appear in our regulations. The first type is the room share unit, which essentially involves the renting of a room within the short-term rental operator's primary residence. Just to note, the primary residence is defined by our regulations as a residence where someone lives for at least 183 days per year. This type of short-term rental would be allowed under the proposed regulations. The second type is a home share unit, which involves the rental of the operator's primary residence. By necessity, the operator is not present during the rental. This type of short-term rental would be allowed under the proposed regulations. The third type is the owner-adjacent unit, where the unit for rent is located in the same building as the primary residence of the operator. This type of short-term rental would be allowed under the proposed regulations, provided that the operator is present on the property during the rental and the building is limited to a 2- or 3-family building. The last type is the professionally managed unit, which involves the rental of a unit in a building where the operator does not live. This type of short-term rental would not be permitted for reasons that I can expand on later. I just want to sort of summarize the outreach and drafting process that went into the creation of the current draft. The current SDR proposal has been several years in the making. It's taken a significant amount of outreach and drafting and redrafting, which was primarily led by a staff group involving members of the Planning Department, the Building Department, the Fire Department, Health Department, and Town Council. The group or parts thereof, met with members of the community, ranging from short-term rental operators, owners and managers of hotels and inns, and property managers and condominium associations. You can see a very sort of summarized timeline there on the screen. Many of their comments were incorporated into the proposed regulations, and those concerns, comments that were not incorporated received careful consideration by the staff team. The current status of short-term rentals in Brookline is that all of the types are currently illegal in Brookline. Because the use is not explicitly allowed in the zoning bylaws use regulations table, it is considered prohibited. Based on some research conducted about a year ago, we estimate that approximately 300 to 400 illegal STRs currently operate in Brookline, representing the entire spectrum of types of short-term rentals. Enforcement is extremely difficult and therefore conducted on a complaint-driven basis. Here's a heat map of short-term rentals in Brookline. This is data that we gathered from Airbnb and other websites where short-term rentals are advertised. Unsurprisingly, the areas surrounding Brookline's major transportation corridors and commercial areas harbor the vast majority of the short-term rentals. So why change the status quo? There are several reasons, the first of which is in response to recent action at the state level. The state recently passed regulations that create a state registry for lodging operators, including short-term rental operators, that also amended, and that those regulations also amended the local option tax to include short-term rentals subject to the room tax. So the state is collecting tax on existing short-term rentals and then sending Brookline's portion of that tax to us. So we are collecting tax on an existing illegal use, and it's strongly recommended that the town legalize short-term rentals in some form to avoid the existing situation where the town receives tax income on an illegal use. The second reason involves consistency with surrounding communities. Boston, Cambridge, Somerville, and Newton have all passed regulations on short-term rentals. Newton was as recently as September 2019. So we have several models to work from, and the model that we leaned on the most for this draft is probably Boston's, with a little input from Cambridge as well. Their regulations are in large part similar to those proposed for Brookline. It's important for Brookline to remain competitive with these surrounding communities and provide accommodations for visitors to the region while also maintaining strict regulations to protect the neighborhood and the safety of short-term rental guests. Which leads me to the third reason: control, monitoring, tracking, and enforcement. Without clear regulations on the use, the enforcing agencies of the town are very limited in their ability to monitor and enforce short-term rentals. Legalizing them and establishing a reasonable registration procedure will provide enforcing agencies with written regulations that can be pointed to for compliance. And then the last reason, although I'm sure people can kind of come up with even more reasons, but these are the four I came up with. The last reason is that short-term rentals are a vital tool to some of the residents of Brookline for being able to afford their rent and mortgage. Based on the survey that we sent out to the general public, a significant portion of short-term rentals are operated by an operator who needs the additional income to afford living in Brookline, and that seems to be especially true with the seniors who operate short-term rentals. So I'll go into sort of a quick summary with a few details on the proposed regulations. In general, we're proposing three parts. The first part is a set of amendments to the zoning bylaw, which would include new definitions related to short-term rentals. The addition of short-term rentals is a new use in the use table and a new section 4.14 dealing specifically with short-term rentals. The second part is the meat of the proposal. It's a new Article 5.11 in the general bylaw. The new article would include definitions related to short-term rentals, the requirements and procedures for the granting of a certificate of registration, and provisions relating to the inspections, operational requirements, and fees. The third part is a minor amendment to Article 10.2, which would establish the building department, the fire department, the health department, and the town administrator as enforcing agencies for the new Article 5.11. So just to summarize the zoning bylaw amendment, which is again the first part, it would include definitions of the three types of short-term rentals allowed, so that's room share, home share, and owner adjacent, as well as other important definitions like primary residence, short-term rental operator, et cetera. Note that because professionally managed units are not included in the definition of the short-term rental, they would be prohibited. The zoning piece also includes an amendment to the use table. Short-term rentals would be added to the use table as a use allowed in all districts, provided that they possess a valid certificate of registration and are in compliance with Section 4.14. And that brings me to the third piece of the zoning amendments. That's the new Section 4.14, which simply states that the town is not responsible for enforcing condo bylaws and leases, and that short-term rentals must comply with the regulations in the general bylaw. I just want to go into a little detail on the types that we would allow, or the short-term rental types that we would allow under these regulations, and under what circumstances. So the proposed regulations would allow for 3 of the 4 short-term rental archetypes. The first is the room share units, which would be allowed if the operator is present during the rental and the rental is limited to 4 guests at one time. The second is home share units, which would be allowed, and because the unit is to be rented in its entirety, because the unit to be rented in its entirety is also the primary residence of the operator would not be present during the rental. However, because the unit is the operator's primary residence, which requires that they live in the unit at least 183 days per year, home share units could only be rented for a cumulative 182 days per year. And the third type that we would allow are owner-adjacent units. They'd be allowed only in 2- and 3-family buildings. The operator would need to be present on the property, and occupancy would be limited to 6 guests. The fourth type, which we would not permit, are professionally managed units. Professionally managed units often involve an organization that builds a portfolio of units spread across town and rents them all out individually as short-term rentals. This can have a very negative impact on the availability of year-round housing units, and that's the primary reason why these units would be prohibited. This may come at a cost, in that many of the professionally managed units provide much-needed temporary housing for patients, families, and workers in neighboring hospitals. The staff team considered allowing professionally managed units, provided that they could limit their rentals to guests affiliated with nearby medical centers. But the question of how to enforce this was impossible to solve in any reasonable or practical manner, and the concern with housing remained even with such limitations on their operations. The second piece of the proposed regulations, again, this is really the meat of the proposal, is the general bylaw amendment that would add a new Article 5.11. This new article would be the home of all the registration, eligibility, and enforcement provisions. This article would include definitions identical to those found in the zoning portion. It would establish eligibility, applicability requirements, including but not limited to that the unit cannot be currently required for affordable housing, that the unit may not be subject to any violations or in arrears on taxes or fees, and that the unit complies with condominium bylaws and leases. It establishes a registration procedure, including required documentation. It establishes operating requirements to ensure the safety of guests and limit the impact on neighbors. It establishes the requirement for regular inspections, fines, and the ability of the select board to establish further rules and regulations. Just to cover a few of the eligibility and operational requirements that are in the new section 5.11. Note the requirement that the unit not be currently used for below market rate housing. We also would require safety diagrams in the unit that show the location of fire extinguishers, emergency exits, gas shutoff valves, things like that to protect the safety of the guests. There's also a limit on rentals being at least 12 hours, so that there isn't just, rentals by the hour. And we also require that any short-term rental operator keep records of the guests for at least 3 years. The last piece of the proposed regulations is an amendment to Article 10.2 of the general bylaw to establish the building commission, commissioner, the health department, the fire chief, and the town administrator as enforcing agencies. I just want to note that the police department is always an enforcing agency for all articles in the general bylaw. So this just adds the remaining departments involved in short-term rentals as enforcing agencies. And that's it.
Okay, any questions from the board? I actually have one question, just clarification. So on, I don't know what slide number it is, 15, you talk about the operators of units seeking a certificate must comply with compliance with leases and/or condominium bylaws. Mm-hmm. Is that consistent with slide 12, where we talk about new section 4.14 in the general bylaws? The town is not responsible for enforcing condo bylaws and leases.
Yes, I certainly would interpret it that way, in the sense that we're not responsible for reading we're not responsible for reading the condos bylaws and making sure that or seeking,
Yeah, no, I get it. So how do we know that they're in compliance, other than just their representation?
So with an application for a certificate, the applicants would have to submit a copy of the bylaws, or the condo bylaws, or their lease that shows that they are allowed to conduct a short-term rental. And in the case of renters who want to operate a short-term rental, they would also need the written permission of the owner of the unit.
Yeah,
sure. I'm not going to ask any questions. We got some emails about this. I'm not going to ask any of the questions that we got over email, because I know some of the folks are here and will speak during the sort of public comment portion of it. But there are two other questions I had. One was, does someone have to decide they're going to be a room share or a home share? Can they be both?
Yeah, they would apply for a specific type of short-term rental as part of their certificate, and the certificate would specify which one of the types that they can operate, which rooms in the unit are to be used for whatever type that they're proposing.
So let's say I wanted to set it up so I've got a second bedroom, let's say, and normally I'd do a room share, but occasionally I go away and I'd like to be able to do a home share while I'm away. Would I be able to do that?
Yes, nothing in the bylaw would prevent one operator from having two types simultaneously.
Okay. And then the second question and only other question I had was, one of the regulations is unit not designated for below market rate housing. Why?
Because we don't want units that are required for the subsidized housing inventory to come off that inventory because they're being used for a short-term rental. Or we don't want them to not be available to residents who need those units. We want to limit as much as possible any impact of these regulations on the availability of affordable housing.
Do we know that would be the impact? Let's say on our, I'm not thinking about rentals necessarily, but I'm thinking we do have condos, like we have affordable condos. Mm-hmm. Would that take them somehow off the SHI? If someone was
I'm not
doing a short-term rental?
I'm not 100% sure about that.
Okay. All right. If we're going to exempt or if we're going to prohibit those folks, I'd like a really good reason as to why we're doing that.
Okay.
Yeah. Franco.
I've got.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well,
No, go ahead.
I've got two questions. One, can you just walk me through the process for in the issuance of a certificate of registry? Is it an administrative approval, and what happens if somebody wants to speak to the issuance of a certificate of registry, the appropriateness or the inappropriateness of it?
Sure. So it would be administrative with the Select Board's office. It would be with the person who currently does licensing. So anyone who would want to operate a short-term rental would have to submit an application with all the required documentation that's spelled out in the bylaw, and any additional documentation that the select board decides to require through, any rules and regulations that you set up. And then the person in the select board's office who handles these applications, if they're compliant with all the requirements in these regulations, would grant a certificate. We do not, in the current draft of these regulations, have a system for public input. We wanted to limit the impact on staff time, and to do that, we had to limit as much as possible the discretionary ability of the staff to grant certificates. It had to be relatively black and white as to whether a certificate can or can't be granted. And if there's no discretionary element to the granting of a certificate, there's no benefit, there's no benefit to having neighbors sort of provide input, because there's nothing that staff can do as a result of that input.
And there's no appeal procedure in the bylaw if somebody feels like that black or white decision, your words, was applied inappropriately. Is that correct?
So there isn't any appeal process currently, but we do spell out the ability of the select board to establish rules and regulations that could include an appeal process. So that's sort of left up to the select board in the future.
So I'll end this first question by saying I think an opportunity for public input is something I'm especially focused on, and we can continue that conversation as we go forward. That's something that I've really got in the back of my mind.
It's certainly something we thought about a lot.
And then you ask a question in the documents to us about 183-day cap on the number of rentals. I'm curious how Boston and Cambridge and Newton and Somerville deal with that same question. They have a cap on the number of nights that a unit can be rented.
Specifically for home share units, I'm not certain. I can look into that.
I would say I'm predisposed to have some sort of cap,
Okay.
given some anxiety about units being taken out of the housing stock, and I think it also is aligned with our proposed not allowing of professionally managed units. It's sort of the same idea, taking a unit out of the housing stock to be rented 100% of the time, or just not available to long-term tenants.
Ms. Heller.
I actually had a question along those same lines. I am concerned about taking units off the market for people who want to live in the neighborhood, who want to shop in the neighborhood, who want to send their kids to our schools, people who bring stability to a community, rather than people who are, in essence, seeking a hotel, kind of a cheaper hotel. So I'm wondering, I see that, if you number 1 through 4 here, the room share units and the home share units, I can understand that those are really not units available for rent by others because they are owner occupied. But number 3, the owner adjacent units, concerns me a bit, just because I can see that as being what Select Board Member Franco talked about, which is taking a unit off, the regular use by someone who wants to actually live here, and so is the 183-day limit applied to the owner adjacent units or the home share units as well?
It would be applied to the home share unit in the sense that if you were an owner in a, say, two-family building, you lived in one of the units all year, and you wanted to rent out the other short-term rental, we had a provision there that would originally limit you from renting that short-term rental for more than 103 nights per year. And the reason we took it out is because if we were to limit the operator from renting it for 183 nights or less, then the other half of the year, the unit is essentially left vacant, or at best, the operator would have to find someone who's willing to take some kind of 6-month lease or something like that. And that's if, all the 183 nights of rental
You're talking about the home share units here.
No, the owner
Okay.
adjacent.
Owner
yeah.
adjacent.
Yeah.
Okay, you're talking about the owner adjacent units, right?
So we didn't feel it reasonable to limit that ability to rent to limit it to 183 nights, because it just leaves the other half of the year, the unit essentially becomes useless.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to hear more about that. I think that the problem with it is that it encourages people to rent whole units, and I think maybe this is just a prejudice of mine, but I think you may tend to get people who are not as respectful of the neighbors. When the owner is there,
Well, the owner would have to be on the property under the owner adjacent units.
that doesn't say that. It says owner may or may not be present.
That's when I was discussing types generally, not types under our bylaw. Sorry, that's not totally
Okay,
clear.
all right, okay. All right,
Under
well,
our bylaw, the operator
let me hear
would
the
have to be on the
discussion, and
property.
then we'll go from there.
How do we plan to, I guess, educate people who would take advantage of short-term rentals by offering them? How do we educate them that they need to register with the town?
We haven't thought about that specifically. I mean, we'd have to certainly do some sort of outreach campaign. We do have contact information for some existing operators, although not very many. And we can probably do that through Airbnb and other websites that advertise short-term rentals. We've cooperated with them as part of our data gathering sort of process. They've cooperated with us, so I'm sure that's connection we can take advantage of as far as doing an outreach campaign.
And like other licenses in town, would this be yearly renewal?
So the regulation allow for the certificate to be granted from 1 to 5 years. And sort of the way I envision it is that, all first-time applicants would get a 1-year certificate. Maybe they get 1 year for several years, and then eventually, if they can prove that they're consistently operating a very good short-term rental with very few impacts, then the certificate could be granted for more years.
But in that situation, you really can't necessarily control the actual renter, and you might have very good luck for 5 years, and then you get a bad one, And what happens when there are complaints from others around about that particular rental, and we've already granted them a certificate for a much longer time? Can we take it away? Can we do fines? Can we,
There's a revocation. There's a right for the select board's office to revoke a certificate for good cause in the regulations.
Any other questions from the board?
Just following up on that, so you've been in touch with Airbnb while crafting these regulations, or?
Not me personally,
Not you personally,
but I know from going through, the documentation from Karen and Trevor's work, that they did coordinate with Airbnb.
All right,
Not necessarily drafting the regulations, but certainly data gathering, stuff like that.
Great. And I know there are others, VRBO and others, but that's the one that's most active in Brookline currently. I would think that we'd want to have, I have to imagine with all the regulations around the country that have been put in place on Airbnb specifically, that there'd be a way for us to work with them to make sure they know who is actually registered to operate legally in Brookline, and anybody who's not just shouldn't be able to actually put up a posting so I'd hope that we can have that kind of relationship and make sure that, so you're not just constantly having to look up Airbnb postings to see what's up there, what should be up there and what isn't, but there's an actual process to make sure that postings that don't belong up there aren't up there.
So the regulations have a requirement that any posting for a short-term rental has to include the certificate number that was granted by the town. So I can imagine that we'd coordinate with Airbnb and say, if they don't give you a certificate number that doesn't check out, or that does check out, then, don't allow the posting. Yeah.
So we heard in advance a number of people saying, applauding the effort that we collectively have gone through to come up with these regulations, but having some concerns about the specifics and saying pretty explicitly, this isn't ready for prime time, it needs more work. I remember during the fall town meeting that there was a conversation about the ZBA maybe being able to make a ruling, since these types of home share units are not explicitly in the zoning bylaw now, saying because the zoning bylaw is silent, actually we're going to say this is an allowable use. Can you just talk a little bit about the potential outcomes of non-action, just to set the stage for this conversation tonight?
Well, I mean, the biggest impact is that the town, continues to collect taxes on a use that's currently illegal, which is not, a good look. But, generally, we want to, there's major concerns from the building department and the fire department about being able to ensure that these rentals are being conducted in a safe manner for guests. And they've found some very, very egregious, violations that are very dangerous for the guests of these short-term rentals. And, they did their enforcement, activities, but being able to have regulations you can point to, monitoring and tracking systems really is a huge leg up for those enforcing agencies and being able to ensure that these units are run in a safe manner. So, there's some urgency to this, but non-action is, the problems sort of build more and more as we don't act on it in one way or another.
Well, so is there a risk that the zoning board of appeals could render a decision that allows for units that currently exist to continue to exist going forward? And then we have pre-existing non-conforming and lose complete control over what types of units and where they would be.
So, speaking legally with the ZBA case, that case already went to the ZBA, and they ruled that, they ruled in favor of the building department's interpretation, which is that short-term rentals are not currently allowed in the bylaw. So, as far as, that decision, the appellant being, winning their case and making all existing short-term rentals an allowed use, that sort of risk has passed. It's not a concern anymore, unless they appeal and they win in the courts, but that's yet to be seen.
Okay, any other questions from the board? This is a public hearing, so I'll take comments from the public. Give me a sense of how many people would like to comment. Oh, okay, so I'll try to do it within 3 minutes. Mr. Blood, you raised your hand first.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So I'm Roger Blood, and I'm here with two hats. Mr. Chair, I probably should have brought two hats. I'd like to remark on three things, and the first is in my role with the Housing Advisory Board. The second two are not, so I don't want to leave any confusion on that. First of all, since I'm going to offer a different perspective than you've heard from the planning staff, I think I'd like to just begin by saying the planning and regulatory staff has done an excellent job on this currently and over the past year or more. They're doing what they've been asked to do, and that department has promised in the last town meeting to bring something to this town meeting. So that they're doing as well as can be done to deliver on the promise as well. My first remark from the Housing Advisory perspective, Housing Advisory Board, the HAB has not taken a position on this yet, and so if I'm here to ask one thing is that you, if you can, defer your judgment until you've heard from your Housing Advisory Board on this particular question. At the most recent HAB meeting under new business, I basically brought the subject up and asked HAB members if they thought this was a subject that was worthy of the HAB's consideration. And they all seem to be aware that from things outside of Brookline that it was, and they want to deal with it, and we will be doing so at our next meeting and probably the one following. Our next meeting is on the 25th. For them and myself, and I don't know if any of you have done this, it doesn't take very long online. If you Google Airbnb and affordable housing, to get a trove of problems and experiences across the United States and in Europe, all over the place. Our most valuable asset in town with regard to housing and affordable housing isn't money and it isn't programs, it's our existing housing stock. And so to the extent that it's not used for housing purposes, and I would emphatically include not just housing units, as you've heard distinguished, but if someone rents a room in their home or their condominium for housing, for not commercial or short term, but for housing, that's housing. And so there is a serious question, and I know it was acknowledged in the presentation in a limited way, that commercializing or monetizing our most valuable asset for Airbnb, short-term rentals, is nothing but a removal of our valuable asset from housing to something very different. And so I think that the HAB will probably have more to say on that, and I don't want to try to speak for them at this point. So if I can figuratively take that hat off and put my individual observations on two things, and as briefly as possible. The first is to ask if the premise for all of this might not be questioned a little bit more, starting back from why are we doing this? The public process has been very robust, but the way it's been presented to the public is we're going to do a regulation, we've got a lot of details, and if one thing's for sure, this is really complicated, and if you're going to do it and check all the boxes off, it's going to be complicated. We'll have to grant that. But the question isn't being asked to the public, or the case being made, why is this being done in the first place? What we've heard mainly is, and there's different ways it's expressed, is there's an awkward perception that how can we take money from the state for something that we haven't authorized locally. And I agree it's an awkward perception. I'm not sure that's enough reason to set up a complete administrative and enforcement mechanism involving 4 or 5 departments and you to avoid an awkward perception. If I can draw a quick analogy, I think we've all filed our income taxes, some for many more years than others. There's a line on our federal 1040 that asks you to report earnings or income from gambling. And I'm sure the federal government doesn't care that you did it illegally. They want the money. And the town, as I understand it, and I could be corrected on this, we're going to get the money whether we adopt this regulation or not. So it's an awkward perception. I'm not aware of any grassroots groundswell that the town and the residents and the owners of condominiums and 2s and 3s and single families really want this. And I would feel comfortable from talking informally with my friends and neighbors around town, condominium and homes. Most of them would not want this. They think they might want to be able to rent their own rooms, but they wouldn't want the home or condo next door sold and used for this purpose. So there's no groundswell that, I don't know if you all have heard it, and there's no, to my knowledge, professional study or convincing requirement from that direction that this is something we have to have. So that's the second point. The third point is if and it's a discussion tonight, it's all very easy to kind of get drawn into the weeds right away, when the question is, how do we do this, and how do we make sure we solve all the problems in advance? I don't see it that way fundamentally, because I've probably as much as many of you tried to write regulations in a lot of my working life, and you can do a pretty good job of it, and then feel like you've done a good job, and then the problem is solved. But whether it's the planning department or the building department or the other enforcing agencies or you all, I would question whether they don't have more important things to do with far fewer resources than are available than being diverted into what are hundreds or thousands of hours to get this up and running, and then to run an administrative mechanism for all the registration and all of that, and then an enforcement mechanism. So granted, you could write a perfect regulation. I question whether you would have not just perfect enforcement, but effective enforcement, and that's not taking anything away from any of the departments, especially including building. I'll only finish, I could think of an almost endless list, but just by way of example, just one thing on all of this detail. Owner-occupant has to be at the property when the violation took place. After the fact, if there's a violation and the building or health department has to go out, how are they going to prove or document to take enforcement action that the owner-occupant was or wasn't there on the night of such and such when the violation took place? There's so many of these that would make your head spin if you really start thinking about it. So I guess I would just ask you to hopefully take a really thoughtful pause in this one at the baseline before getting too far drawn into the weeds. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pelkey. By the way, people who want to speak should line up. Just makes it easier for us to call on people. At the back of the line, Ms. Frawley.
Linda Olson-Pelkey, town meeting member from Precinct 2. I really want to thank Roger for his comments. They were very impactful and thoughtful, I think. I think we do have to ask ourselves, why do we feel compelled to do this? And also, we haven't really talked about the staffing and the enforcement, and I believe that the matrix of all of these regulations are going to put an incredible burden, especially on the building department. And, you know, we're all supposed to talk about the fiscal costs of our warrant articles, so we need to hear that on this. I think it's generally understood that the tax revenue will not cover the costs of that, and are there more important things we should be doing? To the competitiveness question, I found that to be a really strange reason. Competitive in what way? I think the research has shown, and I'm going to speak about some research that I've seen a little bit, that yes, it does increase the cost of rents and housing in towns that have a lot of Airbnb. It just does. And it's been shown in many, many locations. And also it shows that it doesn't really change people's travel plans, whether or not you have Airbnb, B&B. They'll go use hotel or the lodging houses or the B&Bs. And they did a big survey of everyone who chooses this type of lodging. Would you come and have your vacation if this wasn't available? And only 2% said they wouldn't be able to take their vacation. So that's not a reason to do it. We'll still have tourists. They'll come to all of our wonderful inns. I would also say that I think just the treatment generally is really bad for condominiums. And we have, I'm sure, over 9,000 condominiums in town. They mentioned that there was a meeting of property managers, but I wasn't invited to it, even though I was on Karen's list. I'm a trustee, been for over 10 years. And this idea that somehow we're going to not enforce, the town is absolving themselves of enforcement of a zoning change because we have condominium bylaws. There's something fundamentally unfair about that. Yeah, it's our responsibility to enforce this, but I can tell you that it's really hard to know what's going in all those units in my building, really hard. And, if somebody complains, I expect the town to be there to shut it down, not us. But anyway, so I have general recommendations about changes. I think I sent them to you. There's very detailed things that I think we need to change about this. But I would preface the whole getting into the weeds with, I don't think we should be doing it at all. And I feel very strongly that the public has no idea about this still. They have no idea what's coming, and they're not going to be happy. And I don't think we should take this action without a great deal more input from citizens. And I think it seems to me that the staff has done a lot of talking and a lot of interface with the operators. And the operators have a vested interest. They have a commercial interest of establishing a commercial use in a residential neighborhood. And I don't think that should be the equivalent with people's concerns about the public policy issues or the potential livability impacts in their neighborhood. They're two different things. They're not, it's a false equivalency to say this many people were pro and this many people were against. I'm against for the whole town. I'm not in this for myself. I'm in this for a question of what the town's policy should be. So just keep that in mind when you hear people say that they want it. They're usually the operators. So I'm going to leave it at that because I know you guys had a long night, and I appreciate the time, and I hope you read my written comments. Thank you.
Ms. Brown.
Deborah Brown, Precinct 1. I will be very succinct. 2 points, and I think you've heard them by most of the previous speakers. Community engagement should extend beyond people that are going to derive either a direct or a secondary benefit from this business. It's not enough. It's inadequate not to include abutters, potential abutters, landowners, renters. Put a notice up in the local coffee shops. People read them. So I think that's one really important piece that we cannot minimize. People really are going to care about this. The second piece that I would ask about is that this, actually I've got 2 more points. One is that this piece could have really serious negative implications, and this hit me this afternoon as I was walking around, for domestic workers. When you think about this kind of a setup, you think about who's going to end up, the domestic workers associated with this. They're likely going to be beholden to the people that own the homes. And unlike working at a hotel, I suspect that they will have far fewer benefits, if any benefits at all. Their work hours may be far different. So as we leap off this cliff, we need to think about the fact that there are actually people, professional people in this industry and sector who could be adversely impacted because of this. Lastly, let's make sure that there's a really strong business case for this, and that when we go through and we do our cost-benefit analysis, that we actually think about what the real benefits are to this community, and I look at that in terms of not just affordable housing, but whether there's an impact on transportation. What does it mean for our local businesses? Because we have people that are popping in and popping out, and maybe they just want a cup of coffee. They don't want to sit there and get, a bagel or a salad, or they're not going to run by at the end of the day and pick something else up. They're not going to use our grocery stores. And so there could be some other economic impacts that we haven't really delved into. And it may be just around the margins, but my question is, are the tax revenues that we potentially generate going to be enough to offset what we potentially lose based on this scheme? So I would respectfully ask you all to encourage planning. I know it was hard work, but to take it back, look at it, look what Cambridge is doing, look what Boston is doing, look what other communities are doing that are like Brookline, that are largely suburban residential. You know, I don't know what Stanford, California does, you know? Santa Monica has a really tough one. But look at what's going on in other parts of the country to see whether they have a formula that's working for them, that's, you know.
Ms. Brown,
Time's
could you
up.
talk to me, not to the audience? Okay.
Yeah,
But
I'm
fine,
sorry.
that's all
I
right.
was just trying to.
Okay.
Sorry.
Mr. Warren. And let me remind everyone, you talk to the select board, not to the audience, for among other reasons, so you're on TV.
Yes, so I get my TV. Good evening. I'm Paul Warren. I'm a Carlton Street resident and a Precinct 1 town meeting member. I'm going to be in the camp, probably aligned with Ms. Pelkey about this needing some more study. If you think about it, from a scope of zoning impact, this has the effect of touching every single street, potentially every home, every condo, every apartment, every business district. This change in zoning will have far-reaching impact. And I appreciate the work that's been done to craft the zoning and the bylaws, but I'm not seeing the analysis of potential unintended consequences. And I want to reiterate with, I think, what Ms. Pelkey had mentioned. There are studies that have recently been done, one by UMass Boston. It's entitled, "Is Home Sharing Driving Up Rents? Evidence from Airbnb in Boston." There's another study that was done by Southern California, very exhaustive studies that show a direct correlation in the short term until you can actually build capacity and inventory, that moving to an Airbnb or short-term rental model actually increases rents. So, and it increases home pricing because depending on the mix, and this is where the analysis is needed, the mix of owner-occupied versus absentee landlords. And if you have an opportunity to earn 2 or 3 times the revenue on a property that you own by converting it to a short-term rental, you may go do that. And it will. I don't know if it will happen here, but I don't see the analysis to see what the potential impact might be. So I'm encouraging that we take a step back. I'm not anti-Airbnb. I'm pro-analysis and understanding what might happen if we do get on this road. Because there's a robust conversation taking place right now in Brookline about affordability. And it would be highly unusual and unfortunate if we took a zoning step that actually reversed any of the work that we're doing to try to make it affordable. Thank you.
Ms. Frawley.
Thank you. Regina Frawley from Precinct 16. I love what Roger and Linda had to say. It's one size fits all, which is what Paul was just pointing out, and that just would be a disaster in my neighborhood. The very few people, I only have heard of a couple of people who did Airbnb, but what does happen in my neighborhood is people will go away and rent their house out, often for a very discounted price, in order for their dog to be looked after or their pet and their plants looked after, that kind of thing. If they go away for 2 weeks, they'd be fined for this. It just makes no sense whatsoever. And the question I have, and what I didn't hear, maybe I missed it because I was downstairs at the advisory committee, what is the legality, the risk the town is facing for impinging on people's property rights? Has that been looked at? It may have been presented before I arrived, but to me, that is the greatest risk you're running, is that people are going to literally sue the town because you are impinging on their right to do something reasonable, especially if there are no complaints, they haven't had any problems. The people they rent to might be a doctor coming for a fellowship for a month or two, but it's not the 3-month threshold that was proposed last year, things of that sort. You are exposing the town to liability, and there goes your reserve fund.
Yes, please introduce yourself and state
Hi,
your
my
comments.
name's Jessica Barmack. I'm a resident of Brookline. I'm sorry.
I'm a resident of Brookline for 3 years. Before this, I occupied a home share unit in Cambridge where I rented out part of my home so I could afford to live there. I'm also a real estate agent, and I know that a lot of my clients find Airbnb a really great option so they can afford to buy in an expensive community like Brookline. We already have the highest real estate prices nearly in the country. I don't see how this could make it even that much more unaffordable, considering the wonderful regulations that have been put forward. The one thing I would add is, what is the definition of a short-term rental? We've decided it's not hourly, but is it 6 months? Is it 3 months? I would just ask that we define that so that there's some specificity about what is defined as short-term. A lot of condominiums already outlaw Airbnb and short-term rentals, and I think this is a really good step to making it so we minimize the negative impacts to our communities, because there definitely are bad operators. There will continue to be bad operators, and I think this is a first step towards addressing some of that. So I hope we can, instead of poo-poo everything, sort of eventually pass something so that people can operate legally and have enough oversight that things are done safely so we don't have any negative impacts on our community. And we have seen other communities that have positive impacts from this. And in particular, people are able to afford to live in expensive communities. So thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Yes, please introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Chuba, and I date this wonderful woman behind me, who's my girlfriend. She's
more than we need to know. Just tell us about Airbnb. I'm sorry.
So I spend a great deal of my time living with her and her apartment unit on 12 Houston Street. And I just want to address this prevailing view that somehow the operators of Airbnb are somehow not as interested in the well-being of the community. That could be far further from the case in the case of my girlfriend, who's been living in Brookline for almost 50 years and has been welcoming people into her home without major issues or any concern or any detriment to the well-being of her neighbors. And I think that what I'm concerned about is that I know that one of the people who stepped up here talked about vested commercial interests, as though somehow these people were operating Airbnbs out of greed. I know that in my case, my girlfriend's case, she's simply trying to meet her bills, and she's not renting out a whole building. She's not renting out an entire unit. She's simply renting out a room to people who need it. And I just want to share some statistics with you, because the gentleman from the planning committee talked about how they did a survey in the town and they discovered that seniors in particular have said that they rely on income from Airbnb. Well, there's actually a study that shows that right now older adults, especially women aged 60 and older, make up the largest demographic of Airbnb hosts. And for these people, Airbnb is an effective means of ensuring that they are able to maintain ownership of their homes. Nearly 60% of older adults who host Airbnb report that income from housing has helped them stay in their home. 13% report that housing has helped them avoid foreclosure, and as many as 35% said that hosting helped them avoid eviction. So I think that there's a good case for people who are renting out maybe a room or two in their house, that they're doing it for their livelihood. I agree, housing stock is very important, and I don't want people to be deprived of housing who need it. But in the case of a person who's an elderly person who's just trying to pay bills and they want to rent additional space in their homes, I don't see any reason why we should take away their ability to support themselves. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Okay, so I'm a lady there, and I'm in...
Wait, could you speak in the microphone?
Sure.
And introduce yourself.
I'm Helene Thayer, and I'm in Precinct 1, and I'm the person he was talking about, as you probably figured out. But I have been in this unit since 1976, and I came as a renter. And my roommate's father owned the whole block, and he sold it to a developer. And I had anticipated inheriting her apartment because she was about to leave to go to school in another state. And I was like, oh no, because I love my apartment so much and I wanted to stay there. So now the only option was that they were going to try to turn it into condos. So I did a lot of research and I did a lot of math. And I decided that it would be better for me to try to buy it than to move out and be a renter my whole life. And I said, if I can't do this, I can always sell it and move out and be a renter. But the math showed me that being a renter was not the best choice. So I have always had roommates. Even from the day that I bought it, I had roommates that were in the apartment when I bought it. So I feel I paid my dues. I had hosted an awful lot of people as residential renters for a really long time, and I had a horrible, horrible experience a year or two ago. It was just horrifying and awful, and I lived with a man who had a long criminal record, which I did not know about, and it was a terrifying thing. I thought he was going to poison me. I thought he was going to, do something really awful, and he did do some very awful things. But I then felt very scared about renting because I realized that the state of Massachusetts has laws which give a lot of power to tenants, and I had to live with them in my own home for 7 months instead of being able to live with who I want. And I do really believe, I think it's strongly important for every human being, when they're living with a person, that person be compatible, someone that they can like to live with and that they can enjoy. And I don't think any human being, especially not an elderly person, should be forced by the state to live for months and months with someone who is terrifying and scary. I just think that's a bad law. But I also found I didn't know what to do. I didn't rent for a while. When I finally did run into someone who said they were doing Airbnb, I said, oh, that sounds really dangerous. That sounds awful. But I found out a lot more about it, and I discovered that I can control a lot. Before I even admit someone, I have a lot of rules and regulations that I can, no drunkenness, no drug use, no firearms, just things like that. You can't control those with a regular roommate. But the main thing that I found out with the Airbnb, because like I said, I was so horrified and traumatized, I couldn't rent at all for several months. But what I found out is I love renting Airbnb. I get so much joy and pleasure from meeting people from all over the world. People who are so interesting and come for very interesting conferences and things from all. I met a woman from Pakistan who was working in women's affairs and worked with Malala Yousafzai, I think her name is, and who's the Nobel Peace Prize winner. So it was just like a tremendous joy for me to be able to have these people as living with me, and the diversity of it, and I speak different languages. I got to do that. So for me, this is not commercialization. It's a joy, and it enables me to live in a place where I can be happy because I'm not afraid of having living with a drug addict or a drunk or an alcoholic or an abusive person. It can't happen because they don't stay long enough to terrorize me, and my rules are so strict, it will never happen again. So it is a joy. It is a lifestyle that gives me so much, and that I want to be able to pursue.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Scott.
this your phone? Yeah. Hi, Scott Gladstone, Town Meeting Precinct 16. Right, so mine was turned down in large, for some, I mean, a lot of people just don't like this idea, but for some, many, perhaps all of you, in fact, all of you said, well, let's wait to see what the town comes up with. And I think it's great. I think Victor brought it over the finish line in a great way with Polly's help and Karen before that. And this will all have been worth it if you support it and advisory supports it and tries to get it through. If it fails, then obviously, well, all right, here, I'll tell you why I'm still supporting it. First of all, I think these should be separate warrant articles. I'm not sure town meeting will buy all of this. For some of the, Ben and Nancy raised some of the issues inevitably is going to happen with the owner adjacent units. So that's number one, and I think Victor's thinking about how to do that. As a concept, though, there's certainly a false narrative here. And this is the most critical thing. If you just think about it for a second, the narrative is, say no to this, and we don't have Airbnbs in Brookline. It's just, that's terrible head in the sand thinking. Why does Newton allow it? I'm not going to say allow it. Why does Newton regulate it? Why does Cambridge regulate it? Why does Boston regulate it? You know, there's this Talmudic concept that if you're interpreting a persnickety Jewish law, you don't do it in such a way that no one's going to be able to follow it. And so it's funny that it's actually that practical thing. You think, oh, you know, this is God's law, blah, 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 blah. But it's actually, you have to be, the rubber has to meet the road. And you're not going to outlaw it. It's not, and so by turning a blind eye, you're going to make the fire department nuts because they've been saying for a couple of years now, please let us regulate this. Please give us the right to go into these places and do inspections. And that's what this will do. Saying no to this carte blanche says we're going to stay the Wild West. If they're going to be here and they're going to be unregulated, there's going to be a dangerous situation and everyone's going to feel bad, but the person who's dead or really injured is going to feel the worst. And we could have done something about it, and I'm not being alarmist now. Other people who say that this is a bad concept, we shouldn't regulate it, that's the problem. I'm being realistic. As far as market rents, the market's already responded. They are here. In fact, if this is regulated well, there may even be fewer units because many of the units that are out there are these absentee owner operated ones. Those, because our resources now can be redirected, can be shut down. And we may actually have fewer units. I think that there should be something like they have in Boston that's not available now that allows a Ronald McDonald House kind of a format, where you have a not-for-profit who rents primarily to people who need to use the hospitals. That's not in now. Boston does have that. I'd like that to be looked at. Finally, in conclusion, this, and I said it last time, this is an economic justice issue. And Helene, who was just up here, described it really, really well. The people who will say, we don't want it, it's disruptive of our buildings and of our street and of our neighborhood, those are not the people who need to do it. It's a minority of people who need to do it. And to have the majority say it's scary to us and it's inconvenient to us and allow them to take away the rights of the people who really need to do it, I think is not right. And I think that this kind of body is there to protect that kind of person against the hordes of the majority who are just going to say, this is not something that is for us. We don't think it should be for you either because it will inconvenience me or scare me in a way that I think is just doesn't have a basis in fact. So thanks for listening.
Hi, my name is Maureen Coffey. I live in Precinct 5, and I have Airbnb listings. I'm going to attempt to just mention a few things that I think have not been brought to light tonight, because I think it's a really complicated conversation. I think there's a lot of misinformation, even amongst people who have been delving for years into this potential regulation. There is still a tremendous amount of misinformation, starting with we didn't even define short-term rental. That's most of the administrators in the town departments don't know what short-term rental is. So it's less than 30 days currently. Anything less than 30 days is considered short-term rental. So to back up for a second, I just want to, like I said, introduce a few things that haven't been spoken about yet. I live in a historic district. I bought my home 12 years ago. It's a 5,000 square foot, 9-bedroom home. I'm very lucky to live there, but I wanted to live there to send my kids to Lincoln School, and I didn't need 9 bedrooms. Most people don't. And I called the town. Not that many. And I called the town because it's a maid's quarters, right? It's a big old historic house. And I said, what's the legality of renting rooms? And at that time, in fact, for a long time, and still, you can rent 2 rooms in your home legally, pay taxes. Interestingly, for a long time, they didn't distinguish short-term because it was a non-issue until very recently. So for 12 years, I've been renting like 1 to 3 months into my rooms to doctors because I'm walking distance to Longwood. There is a big need for people who need that kind of housing. And I also just want to say there's a lot of people who live in very large houses that are largely empty. It's a little bit of a sustainability issue. To Roger's point, the housing we have is housing. And in my neighborhood, there's a lot of really big houses with 1 or 2 people living in it. And it's really smart to share those houses. It's smart for the homeowners who are, I think my taxes are about $26,000 a year now. And it's helpful to the doctors who come and stay with me for a 1 to 3 month residency. So, there's a lot of reasons to have short-term rentals, some of which hadn't been addressed earlier. And to Scott's point, short-term rentals are here. They are already here. Because I list also on Airbnb, even though I don't rent for less than 30 days, I see there are hundreds of short-term rentals in Brookline, completely flouting all the zoning laws. And really what I want to ask you is that you make a concerted effort to have some regulation. The fact, a few years ago, when I started, I've always inquired about what was legal, and I've always complied with what was legal in my situation, but I found out that, in fact, the town has not been enforcing its own zoning laws for a very long time. And I think that's really problematic. If you go to the building department, they say, yeah, this is the rule, but we don't enforce it. And so people know that, and that's why you have so many people abusing the short-term rental situation. And if Brookline is not regulating it or enforcing it, we're not protecting our residents who are living next door to people who are abusing short-term rentals, the people who are not occupying the space, who have laundry trucks pull up in the afternoon and have lots of turnover and noise and trash out on non-trash days. I know you know all those stories. It is really important that the town take this seriously. If you don't, I think that the current proposal is really thoughtful. I've been to almost all the meetings. I think they did a good job, and I support most of it. I absolutely support not allowing professionally managed units. It takes the long-term units off the market, which is a really bad idea. They're not owner-occupied. They're everything that's bad about short-term rentals. But I also agree we don't have to do daily rentals. We could do weekly. I don't know the difference. There's a big difference between somebody who wants to come for a week and somebody who wants to come for a day. I don't know if that's been considered. So I'm not necessarily for or against less than 30 days, but I'm very much for figuring it out quickly and regulating it and enforcing it, because lots of people are, some people have gotten cease and desist letters and they can't rent units they thought they could. They've lost income. I've lost income. I have neighbors who think what I do is not legal, but it is legal, but there's so much misinformation. And there are people who are living next to really problematic buildings. So all of those things have to be addressed, and I think this was a pretty good effort towards that end. And so I encourage, not delaying it too long. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carol Capper, and as a longtime English teacher, high school English teacher, as well as a literature student, I used to love to introduce my students to the idea of literary point of view. And it was wonderful to read stories with shifting narrators. And then they had to try to figure out where was the story actually? What was the truth, if there was any? And you're going to have the opportunity to ask those same questions because I live in the same condo building as the two people who already gave you a story about it. And that story was that this poor person upstairs had to rent Airbnb to pay the rent. But that poor person owns her condo outright and owns a second house as well and has other assets as well. So it gives you an opportunity to see what is the problem with making these kinds of arguments. Who is to determine need, what one needs? I don't even own my condo. I maybe own half of my condo. But beyond that, I want to say that I don't hear anything in the presentation today that is directed at a situation like mine, and there are many, many people in my situation. As a condo owner in a 3-unit building that was built in 1916, that has extremely permeable walls, no noise control, no insulation. It has one entrance. Everybody has one floor. I have the second floor. These people have the third floor. There are very narrow passageways to come in, and every single person who would come to the Airbnb upstairs would be like this far from my living room. My husband is an academic and also disabled, and we spend a lot of time in our home. We particularly wanted a place that would be not like the apartment we were living in, which had 20 units. We wanted something that we could call essentially our home. And we were there. We have been there for 17 years or so. And during that time, the owner, who lives in Italy on the first unit, rented out. We've had some bad tenants, and right now we have some wonderful tenants downstairs, 4 young women, and they've been there for quite a while. I have never objected to the idea of rentals. My upstairs neighbor herself has rented for almost all of the years that I've been there students from BU, where my husband teaches. We like students. I actually remember mentioning that I liked a lot of her tenants. I enjoyed them. She made money off those rentals, long-term rentals, and those long-term people became capital in the community. They were people I liked to talk to. They were people that would sometimes help with my car shoveling. They were people that you said hello to. When, very recently, I broke my knee. And I live in a sort of unusual block where half of the block are rentals, mostly to college students, and the other half are condos. And from my place down to the end of the block are condos. Many of my neighbors walked my dog, brought food, offered to shop for me, the things that neighbors do. And if every one of those condos, by the way, they are horrified at the idea of anyone renting their condo. As a 3-unit, there's really no opportunity for me to change the condo documents. There's nothing in there written about no Airbnbs. So I think that it is very important that the city, or rather the town, take at least a safeguard of saying that in a small unit where people are living in essentially one house, that's what it is. In a small unit like that, a 2 or 3 unit building, not that there should be no restrictions. They shouldn't be allowed without the approval of every owner of that 2 or 3 unit building. Because it's not like where 3 people in a 40 unit building maybe rent, it has that's 30%. I mean, it's like I am 30% of the building alone. What about all these people? Every 2 days, new people were coming up and down the halls with suitcases and different schedules and noise and coming in at late hours or getting out at early hours and coming in during the day and noise in the halls. And it's not a home. And I think that people in Brookline want a home. You're talking about destroying a lot of communities. A lot of communities. There are almost no safeguards in here. I was actually floored when I saw this. And 2 and 3 unit buildings, I'm just looking at that right there, everything is permitted. Everything is permitted. I mean, that means I have to go and find a lawyer and make a suit on the grounds that, this unit is imposing on the enjoyment. I think that's the way the documents read of my unit. But why should that be necessary? I think the town should take the most ordinary look at people living in close spaces. I can't afford a house with 9 rooms or whatever. So I have to have a condo, and I'd like to know that I have reasonable protections in that condo to have a life. And that's what I'm asking, that there be no, I think that there ought to be a lot more attention paid to the people living around the people that are renting units. And as a matter of fact, this person took an appeal. I did get the zoning board to act on it. There was an appeal made, and that appeal was not successful because the zoning board, one of the commissioners on the zoning board, it was like a light bulb lit up, literally, and he said, oh, I see. Actually, it never occurred to me that some buildings are not appropriate for a short-term rental, as he understood our building to be. And these are the things that I'd like you to take into consideration. Thank you.
Next.
Hi, I'll try to be as abrupt as I can. I know it's a long night. So there were advantages and disadvantages to everything.
Can
no
you
matter what
state
it
your
may
name
be.
first?
And this is a fairly...
Could you tell us your name first?
Sorry?
Could you tell us your name and talk into the mic? Pull it down a little
I'm out
bit.
of the mic. My name is Barbara Anthony. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. So we have advantages and disadvantages to everything. My concerns are the following. If you have 6 guests in one unit, do those people, are they together or are they individual people renting the rooms in a unit? If so, that would be a total of 42 rentals a week if they're being fully rented. Do they know each other or do they not know each other? Can all these people be in a close proximity, such as a flat or an apartment or one condo, without it being a duplex? That's a question. Now, in these situations, I would like to ask if most of them or any of them have compliance. With compliance, we have to have a sprinkler system throughout the building. We also have to have sprinkler system and hot wired system in case there's a fire. So all of this has to be hot wired, not just a little unit that you put on a ceiling. It's now hot wired, okay? So do all of these places have that in order to protect the people? So that's a question. I don't know. So therefore, there are many variables. And as we say, there's advantages and disadvantages to everything. For the ladies that need to rent a room to help sustain them, I would suggest some of the universities that take in a student for a period of time. Some of them have a cultural exchange with families, and they're very happy to do that and very open to it. There are many universities, and that would be very helpful for the ladies, I think. Airbnb, well, there's been a lot of problems with Airbnb, a lot of them, and you don't hear of everything. Association of Innkeepers, a couple of organizations will give you all that information, and you could look it up. I can help you with it if anyone is interested. You don't know, it's very difficult with the reservation service. You're able to know who's going to visit you, who's going to be, who's arriving. Airbnb doesn't seem to have that. It's just nowhere. Someone arrives or someone, they don't, it's not even a phone call. So you don't know who is arriving at your door. Is it people that want to?
Yeah, okay. I agree with you. I've used Airbnb overseas.
Yeah, a lot of people don't think it's true. I understand that, but I've also heard other scenarios throughout the country and the world that people have concerns. As I say, advantages and disadvantages to everything. What is going to happen to the people that have had a lodging license all this time? Are the new people supposed to have a lodging license as well? Because that involves the town. It involves certain payments with the town hall. It involves inspections, which is very important. So are all of these units going to be subject to that, as are the lodging properties, you see?
Yes, I'm going to ask the planning department to answer some of these questions afterwards, so please get ready. I'm going to ask the planning department to respond to some of the issues that have come up, and with respect to that, that is addressed in our bylaws. So.
And we have to have a licensing, and I would think that all of the units would have to have the same. Also, there's supposed to be an egress on for every room or for every floor.
Right.
So when you have to run out the door, there is a special kind of door that has to be automatic, and you have to be able to push it and go with a fire escape outside. These are all the things that the town has required for many, many years. And these are my questions now. Does it change it? Are they subject to the same situation?
In a second, we'll have an answer after the next woman comes up to speak. Thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Dia Damali, and I live in Brookline. And I wanted to share that I work for a bed and breakfast. So part of the whole lodging house license and being a part of that is something that I've been involved with for the last 9 years. So we've had to adhere to all the different regulations, pay all the different taxes, do all the different things. So we actually are, me and a team of us are interested in having regulation around STRs, because we're having to, adhere to the regulations. Some cases, we're actually interested in seeing if we can move from lodging house license to STRs, because it looks like there's less regulation and less fees and less things. So there's a lot of stuff that we're researching and trying to understand and trying to get to understand. And so this is important for us to hear from others and to share our experiences as well. So we've had meetings with with bed and breakfasts, with other places, just to see, like, for all the different regulations, like where we fit in and how we might be able to, really help shape this discussion. part of what my personal experience is that I lived in Cambridge, and just like anybody who's doing Airbnb, I thought, hey, great, I can rent out like a space, and I actually rented out a space for a lot less or a lot more than I got when I had a roommate. But what it led me to was like, hey, I want to own my own bed and breakfast. So that's another part of this whole thing. When I think about, it's like if you're residential and you have that zoning, then that's a part of that. But then, like, if you want to be a commercial or a limited commercial, then it seems like you should be moving toward becoming like the business where there are lodging houses and there are things like that. So again, I know that there's more research. I know there's more discussion. I like where it started. It does need a lot more. It needs more voices. I did come to one of the meetings. I was the only person there, where the town was meeting about like, hey, we're talking to inns and hotels and whoever. I don't know how many other voices were heard. We don't have those numbers. So I think it does need continued discussion, but I also think that it does need regulation. And so when I hear someone say no to it, I want to know what their alternative is. Like, it's been going on for a long time with no regulation. All these other places decided to regulate it. So if we're just saying like, no, this makes no sense, what is the alternative? Thank you.
Thank you. So, Victor, could you sort of speak to some of the issues that have come up?
Maybe. Are there any particular ones you want me to cover?
I was hoping you were
There
taking
were
notes.
a lot of comments that came up.
I mean, I can read my notes, but, I mean, the safety regulations, for example, something that came up just recently.
So, like I said, the draft that we have was worked on with the fire department, the health department. I know I've already met in just the few months that I've been working on this with the fire department and health department, twice, maybe even 3 times. And, you know, we went carefully through each of the provisions that they asked to be in there. There's a lot of language that requires the short-term rental operator and the unit to comply with all applicable regulations from the health department and the fire department. So, you know, people mention having sprinklers in the building, or how the limits on guests in the units would overlap with other limits on, you know, the definition of family in the health code. We carefully crafted the language with town council to make sure that if there are any other regulations in other departments' codes or set of regulations, those would control or, you know, what have you. So to make sure that essentially the units have to comply with all applicable regulations for whatever unit they're proposing to operate. So as far as the safety issue, I'm fairly confident that we're very well covered because, you know, we've been working so closely with the departments that are responsible for ensuring that.
Another issue was, why don't we have a definition of short-term rental? Do we need a definition?
I thought about this a little bit. I'm not entirely sure that we need to put a limit on the number of days for what constitutes, you know, short-term. But if that's something that's generally felt, then we can include that in there in the definitions. I mean, the current practice is by the building department is to define a short-term rental as less than 30 days. So that would end up being.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's there by proxy. You have to take a few steps. So we refer to the state definition, and then we talk about occupancy in our definitions, and then the state definition, I think, defines occupant, or maybe it's vice versa.
Mm-hmm.
We talk about occupant in the state definition, talk about occupancy, and that's where they define the 30-day limit. So you have to take a few steps to get to that 30-day limit, and I'm not 100% certain that legal sort of string carries all the way through.
Any other things you'd like for him to address from the board?
Yep.
Yeah.
Where do ADUs, the accessory dwelling units, fall in this scheme?
They're long-term rentals.
Is it only available for long-term rental?
I'm not
good
sure.
question.
I haven't
Yeah.
thought about the interplay with ADUs yet.
Okay, I know that's something relatively new. We
Yeah.
just passed that.
Right.
Yeah, Mr. Flood?
Roger's got a thought on that?
Yeah, please come to the mic.
The bylaw that town meeting adopted on ADUs prohibits any short-term rentals. In fact, it's 6 months minimum and requires a written agreement.
There you go. And then we heard from some folks that were, there's some services that provide housing that's maybe longer than 30 days. Let's say if someone has a loved one who's in the hospital, in one of the nearby hospitals, and there's some services currently that where somebody would be able to stay, I think, longer than 30 days for that purpose. Is that prohibited in this scheme or considered at all?
So rentals for longer than 30 days are already allowed under our zoning bylaw. So those would be considered sort of a separate use under the use table.
Okay.
One question someone raised was, why don't we allow a Ronald McDonald House under the scheme? We actually have what used to be called Ronald McDonald House, and actually a couple other houses like that. What were they referring to, so far as you can tell? I mean, in other words, a Ronald McDonald type house would not be disallowed by these regulations.
I don't think so. I haven't had the time to look specifically into the Ronald McDonald House. I'm not sure what their rental scheme is. I think.
Ms. Correa, do you have something to say about that?
I'm Patty Correa from Town Council's office. I recall one of the staff members at one of our working group meetings saying there's no transaction involved by the Ronald McDonald House. Therefore, it doesn't even fall into this regulation. It's a nonprofit that does this as a service for free. But to the extent, there was also discussion to the extent that another type of entity wanted to provide a short-term rental service to a medical community of patients and so forth, they could simply, there's a registration scheme, they could just simply be subject to the same type of regulation as, the fire extinguishers and the other safety provisions that were sort of built into this.
Can I?
Yeah.
I just want one more. There's a question about the 6 people. Do those 6 people need to be all in one group, or if I have multiple rooms, could I have people from different groups?
The 6 people would be for an owner adjacent unit, so it'd be 6 people in one unit.
Only
It'd be one contract.
So one person, through Airbnb, let's say,
Does the booking,
and they're bringing 5 other people, not separate.
Correct.
Which is that by law, under sanitary code, you can have under a rooming house definition, which is sort of a catch-all regulatory category, 4 unrelated people, but up to 6 related people. So that's why there's the language and the definition saying to the extent permitted by state and local law, because there are going to be these different kinds of regulatory schemes that the health department's going to have to enforce and the fire department's going to have to enforce and so forth.
So there was some discussion of not allowing small 3-unit buildings to be Airbnb or be short-term rentals, and also some discussion of only allowing weekly rentals. I mean, I know that that's not part of the regulations as proposed, but can you speak to those issues?
I don't have too much to say about it.
Okay, that's fine.
It's just.
I just raised it because someone mentioned it.
I think, the allowances like that, whether we would allow this in 3-unit buildings or what would be the minimum rental period, is something that was in the draft since a long time. And there really hasn't come up, no reasons really come up recently for us to, limit it any further than that. I mean, if this becomes an issue that, the town generally, or residents, or, the select board wants to limit it further to those limitations, that's certainly something
Got it.
we wouldn't oppose.
Okay, unless anyone has any other questions on the board, I think I'll adjourn the meeting.
Got one more agenda.
Oh, we do? I have an old agenda. I'm sorry, okay, that's right, okay. Question of executing the warrant for the March 3rd, 2020 presidential preference primary election.
Justin.
Mr. Casanova Davis, tell us what we're voting on and distinguish it from the May 5th election.
Tom said this was, the select board is taking this up this evening, kind of because of the absence of the town clerk.
Okay.
It's a last-minute addition that town council said that it was okay for the select board to take it up tonight. So we want to just meet some deadlines.
I think it's just, we need to formally say that we're going to
Yes.
have an election on March 3rd, so.
Correct.
And I also understand that we need to do it tonight as opposed to next week, which would be within the deadline, in order to give the constables an opportunity to gear up to put out notices.
So again, this is an election for 4 offices, or four different opportunities to vote: for presidential preference, for state committee man and woman, and then for town committee. And elections are going to take place at the normal polling locations across town. And again, from the hours of 7 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Right. So I move adoption of the proposed, what is it? Warrant. Execution of the warrant. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Thank you, guys.
Now we can adjourn.
There you go.
Okay. Sorry about that. That was added at the last minute.